Jacques here. In this video, I want to show you how to develop a website from start to finish in a Docker container using Python, using Flask, and doing all the development and Visual Studio Code. We're also going to work with Bootstrap. I'm going to show you how to work with Bootstrap variables using SCSS and then converting it to CSS. We're also going to look at how to use Gulp and set up a task manager with Gulp and Webpack. So with that said, what exactly are we going to do? First up, we are going to set up a Docker container. I'm going to show you how to configure it. With that comes Python and Flask. Next, the second thing is GitHub Pages. I'm going to show you how to set up a public and private repository and how to sync that to your Visual Studio Code to make sure that you get the best ultimate results. And I'm also going to show you how to do proper sync, how to sync your code to your GitHub Pages repository. The third thing we're going to do, we're going to get familiar with Visual Studio Code. If you haven't used it yet, I'm going to show you the basics of it, how to install it and how to activate it, how to use some of the great plugins that's out there. The fourth thing we're going to do is we're going to set up Gulp, and I'm going to show you how to convert PNG and IMG images to WebP using a task manager to do so. On top of that, we are going to use Webpack to convert our SCSS file to CSS. Last but not least, we are going to use Bootstrap. I'm going to show you everything from variables and when and what to use variables and when and what to use custom CSS classes, because that is super important. The end goal of this entire video and this entire website development is to develop something that is super lean and can load super fast. By the way, in the description below, there is a video where I designed this website we are going to develop from start to finish in Figma using auto layout. So make sure to check that out. And while you're at it, why don't you hit the like and subscribe button? Just smash it. You know, I do post videos on a regular basis, weekly, daily, monthly basis. Make sure to do that. What exactly are we going to develop in this video? Well, we are going to develop a yoga and fitness studio website. And this is the same website that we designed in the previous video. Again, description below, check it out. This time we're actually going to develop it. Now, at the end of this video, you are going to be able to develop a website from scratch, start to finish, the same way as I do it. And by the way, I have a decade worth of experience doing this every single day, designing and developing thousands of websites. And I created this channel to share everything with you guys. Also, when you're done with this video, you are going to be familiar with Bootstrap and the variables and know when to use a variable and know when to use a class. And it all comes down to that super performance website that we need to try and develop. Now, with that all said, grab a coffee, as I always say, sit back, relax, and let's start developing. Alright, so here is our modern yoga fitness web design on Figma community. And if you haven't duplicated or cloned it yet, you can open this up on your local Figma instance and you can save it. This is going to be quite important for what we're going to do throughout this entire course or in this specific video or in this specific section as well. So really make sure to duplicate that. I already have it open here so you can see. And as I've mentioned in the previous video or in the previous full course, we physically designed this from start to finish. And now we're going to do development. All right, so with that all said, let's navigate to the actual browser. Now, there's a few things that I need you to have to be able to do this entire course. The first one is GitHub. So make sure to navigate to GitHub. If you don't have GitHub installed on your computer, you also need to do that. You also need to install or download and install GitHub. And that's quite easy to do. You can literally just search GitHub download and you can download the GitHub onto your computer. Now, there is two different versions. There's GitHub Desktop. You can also download and install that. But the primary one you do need is this one right here. So it is Git itself. It is a pretty old school site for sure. Don't be alarmed. That's how it looks like. And depending on what operating system you're running on, you're just going to download and install that. Now, just for reference, I am running this obviously on a Windows PC. The next thing you would need is, and I know this sounds pretty obvious, but you need Visual Studio Code. Make sure to download Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code for that matter, because there's two different versions. There's Visual Studio, which is a paid one, and then there's Visual Studio Code. Okay, so the next thing you're also going to need is Docker. So make sure you have a Docker account. Again, the same as GitHub. It's a quick and easy way to quickly register an account. Once you've registered it, you are going to download it onto your local desktop or Mac or Linux environment and make sure to run the prompts to properly install that. So that is Docker Hub. So with that done, the next one you would need is Node.js. So again, just going to Google or Bing and searching download Node.js. This kind of is a little confusing. The one that you want to select is this one, the latest one, version 20. That's the most stable version to run. This will give you the ability to use NPM, which we are going to use throughout this entire course. Now, with Node.js done, the next thing you're going to need is Python. Here I have, because I'm using, again, Windows, I have the Windows version. So you want to download the latest of that, which in this case is going to be Python 3.1.2. So make sure to download and install that as well. Super important. Okay, so that's it. Once you've installed everything and activated, and by the way, you can just pause this video and do that real quick. Once you have that all done, we can start. And what we're going to start with is creating our GitHub repository. And then we are going to configure our Visual Studio Code to be able to accommodate that. Okay, so navigate over to GitHub. And we are going to create a new repository for this Yoga Fitness Studio website. On the top left-hand side of the screen, you would see a button that says new. So we're going to click on that and we're going to go and create this new repository. So the first thing we need to do is give it a name. So I'm going to click where it says repository name. I'm going to click on that and we're going to type in, I'm going to use Yoga Web. You know what? Let's say Yoga Fitness website. One thing you're going to notice, we need to make sure that it is available. So when I created this tutorial, obviously I've already used Yoga Fitness, so you won't be able to use it. Make sure to create something unique. You can also add a description. With any type of development I do, I like to add a description. So I'm just going to say Yoga Fitness website. Now here's two options you can choose. You can either choose public or private. Now I advise you to go with private. I'm going to select public because I am going to share all the files with you. And I'm also going to click on add a README file. We'll jump into the whole README file later on. Now with that all selected, we also have add git ignore, which at this point is fine. If we have a more specific project that we're going to work with, we'll definitely select it here and it will be pre-baked. But as we set up our environment, we're also going to configure our git ignore file in Visual Studio Code. All right, so git ignore done. The last part is the choose license part. Again, this part you don't really need to worry about. Why? Because you are not going to put your files on public repository. You're going to keep it private. But I'm going to put this on a public repository. So I would need to select a specific license. I'm going to go for the MIT license, which is a very common one. One thing you're also going to see is that it's going to pre-create a branch for us, which is going to be called main, which is fine. We are probably going to change it later on, maybe, maybe not. We'll see how this course progresses. So once that's all done, we're going to click create repository. Now this takes a second or two and it is done. So now we have our repository. It is done. Mine says Yoga Fitness website at the top. You'll see that it has the license and it has the README file. The README file is the actual file that explains what this all is about. In the description below of this video, you would have full access to this. You can fork this as well, by the way. And everything that we are going through in this course is also going to be in this README file as well as the description below. All right, so that is done. We created our repository. The next thing is we need to physically clone this to our Visual Studio Code environment. Now, again, just recapping here real quick, we want to make sure that we install Docker. We want to make sure we installed Visual Studio Code and Python, but also successfully installed the GitHub part, the Git part, because if you haven't installed this properly, the next step is not going to work. But 99.99999% of the time, you won't have any issues. Once you've installed this and configured it, you should be good to go. All right, so with that done, let's navigate back to our GitHub pages or our GitHub repository. We can see we have the Yoga Fitness website. repository right here. Now, there's a few ways to clone this to your Visual Studio Code environment. One thing I do not want you to do is when you click on this button, it's a little strange, but it says open in Visual Studio. So you would think, hey, let's click on that button. That would be the easy way to physically open it up, but it's not opening up the right Visual Studio. It's actually opening up Visual Studio Pro, which is the paid version. So it's not opening up Visual Studio Code. So we're not going to go for that. We can, however, click on the clone button over here, but there's an easier way to do this. So with that said, what I want you to do is once you've installed and download Visual Studio Code, we are going to now clone this repository to that Visual Studio Code. So I'm going to open up mine, and I've already logged in to my Visual Studio Code. So on the bottom left side, you can sign in with your GitHub account. So I've already signed in. Make sure to sign in, otherwise this part is not going to work. Now, once you've signed in, we are now going to clone our actual repository. So on the left-hand side, I'm going to navigate over to my source control. So now what we're going to do is we're going to click on Clone Repository. When you click on this button, you're going to see a pop-up appear in the middle part of the screen. And we are going to click on Clone from GitHub because that's what we're going to do. By the way, this will only work if you are properly signed in to your account. So I'm going to click on Clone with GitHub. We're going to select the Yoga Fitness website. And when you do that, by the way, you're going to notice that a pop-up will appear. And this pop-up part, it is actually asking you, hey, where am I supposed to save this? I'm going to save it within my repos folder. And I'm just going to create a random folder for this. So I'm going to call it Yoga Website. And you don't want to use any spacing for this. Once you've done that, we're going to select that folder and we're going to say select as repository destination. All right, so with that done, it's going to ask you, would you like to clone this repository? I'm going to say yes. So you're going to open that and we're going to wait for a second for that to open up. So now you can see that we have successfully opened up our GitHub repository. It's saying on the left-hand side, Yoga Fitness website, it's saying license and it's saying README. So at this point, it is pretty basic. We don't have anything in this project. It is super slim, but now we are going to start creating our environment. And specifically, we are going to create the Python Flask environment where our static website is going to reside. The first thing I normally like to do is just close this welcome screen. That's not really needed, but we are going to click in the Yoga Fitness area in the file area, and we're going to say open integrated terminal. So this normally takes a sec. And by the way, it's going to open up PowerShell. So on the right-hand side here, you're going to see PowerShell. Now you can technically change it. One thing you're also going to notice on the left-hand side is the actual source control. So source control is going to be activated and ready to go. All right, now we are going to set up the actual Python Flask environment. This is where the fun starts. So again, make sure that Node.js is successfully installed. Make sure Python is installed. And also make sure your Docker is installed. We'll get to the Docker here in a very short while, but let's start with the Python Flask. One thing I like to do before I do anything is just to make sure everything is properly installed. The quick and easy way to do this, and we're going to start with Python, is you open up the terminal and you're going to type in Python -V. And we want to see the Python version. If you see Python 3.11.7, you are good to go. If it says that it doesn't understand or recognize Python, then you would need to go back and try and install it again. But in most cases, you should be good to go. We're also going to do the same with Node. To check if Node is installed, you're going to type on npm -v in this case, and it's going to show you 8.15, which is good to go. So the first thing we want to do on the left-hand side is we want to create a new file. So I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to type in app.py. So py is for Python applications. So the system would know, hey, this is going to be a Python application. And on top of that, we're also going to create a new file and we are going to type in requirements.txt. With Python, you always need a requirements file and you need a Python file. The The requirements file is essentially telling it what type of environment it's going to be, and the app.py file is going to physically tell it what is the instances or what exactly are we doing within this application. So I'm going to start with requirements. I'm going to navigate back and we're going to type in Flask just like that, and we're going to hit save. Now it knows that it's going to be a Flask application. So I'm going to close this. We're going to get back to the requirements in a sec. So we're going to start with adding our Flask. So to do that, we're going to say from Flask and we're going to say import Flask. All right, so with that done, the next step now is we are going to say app equals Flask, and we're just going to give it a name. So I'm just going to say name. Okay, perfect. Next, we're going to set up a route. So I'm going to use the app symbol, type in app, and we're going to type in route, and we are going to give it a /. And essentially what you're doing here is you're saying, hey, listen, this is where the main page is going to be. So later on, we're going to change this for sure. With that done, we are going to define a function. So in Python or .py file, defining a function, you type in def, and we're just going to say hello world. And this is literally just testing if everything is going to work the way that we want it. So I'm just going to type in world. And by the way, just to add to it, this part, this hello world, that's the actual name of the function. So I'm going to hit enter, and you're going to see that it is going to indent it. So in Python, you don't have open and closing brackets, you have indentation. So I'm going to type in return because we're returning, and we are returning hello world. So I'm going to say hello world. There we go. Last but not least, we're going to get out of that function. So you're going to type enter twice or press enter twice, and you're going to say if name, which is referring to this app here at the top, equals, and we're going to say main. And with that, now we've opened up an if function. We called it name. We said equals main. We're going to say app.run debug equals true. All right, so those are the basics. Now you're going to notice that sometimes it's going to give some squiggly lines where it's going to say that Flask cannot be imported, which you can just ignore at this stage. It's not super important. Now with this done, we are going to navigate back to our requirements file. We are going to make sure that we have Flask there, which is good. Now we've essentially created the base for our Python application. The next step is we need to set up our src and dist files. So src stands for source and dist stands for distribution, so our end goal. And throughout this course, I'm going to show you how to navigate between those, but let's go ahead and create a new folder. I'm going to call it src, and we're going to create a new folder again, and we're going to call it dist. Perfect. So now we have our src and our dist file. Now, one thing I want to change is this lowercase Flask. The thing with Python is it is case sensitive. So we want to make sure that it says uppercase Flask like that. So it's going to say from Flask, import Flask. Another thing that I want to add to my actual Python code is we need to specifically set what host file and port it needs to use, because we are using Docker to do all this. So we created this if function. We said name equals main, app run debug true. So I'm going to change that, and we just need to add the host. So I'm going to clear that up, and I'm going to say app.run. We're going to open up our brackets, and we are going to say host equals, and we're going to set it to 0000 port 5000. Because we are using Docker, we need to physically go and set that. If we didn't use Docker, we didn't need to do this, but in our case, we are using Docker. So I'm just going to say debug equals true. Okay, perfect. Now I'm going to hit save. Now, if you have Docker open, that's great, but we're going to close two of these tabs. We're going to create a new file, and we're going to call it Docker file. Perfect. Now, this is the Docker file. You're not going to add any extensions. It's going to be just Docker file, and we're going to start adding our Docker code. So we're going to start with from, and we're going to say Python 3.8, and we are going to run it on a slim version. Next, I'm going to say work directory. So I'm just going to hit the tab button and just make things a lot easier. And I'm just going to say /app. Next, we're going to say copy. And we're going to say requirements.txt, leave it with a little dot at the end. That's part of Docker's way of doing it. Next, we're going to say run, and we're going to say pip for Python. So pip, install, and we're going to say, what do we want install? We want requirements.txt. All right, perfect. Next, we're going to copy everything. So we're just going to say copy, and I want to copy everything at this point. So we're just going to say dot and then dot again. We need to open up a port now. So I'm going to say expose, and we're going to open up 5000. Last but not least, we're going to say cmd python, comma, open up our quotations again, and we're going to say app.py. Perfect. Going to hit save, and now we have a basic Docker file ready to go. So now we need to go and actually run this Python file. So to do that, we are going to build it first before we can run it. So we're going to go to the terminal. We're going to type in docker build. We're going to say T, and we're going to give it a name. Now the name needs to be all lowercase. So I'm going to say fitness, and we're going to hit enter. And essentially what it's doing now, it's building the entire environment for us. Good, that's all done. So when we navigate over to our actual physical Docker desktop environment, you're going to notice that it's going to say yoga fitness over here. And sometimes, not always, I think you need to run it before it actually shows the container, but it's not showing the container yet, but we'll definitely do that in a second. So let's go back to Visual Studio Code and let's run this Docker container. So I'm going to type in docker run, and we're going to give it a port. So I want it to be on port 5000, and you're going to say 5000 again, and we need to tell it what it is. So it's a yoga fitness that we want to run. Let's hit enter. And there we go. Now you're going to see one quick thing. When you activate or run Flask, it's always going to give you this warning where it says that, hey, this is a development server. And the reason it's doing that is because in our app.py, we actually said debug true. So it's giving us this, that, hey, this is not for production, but for development. So in our case, absolutely fine. So I'm going to click on this, and we're going to open up. And once we click on that link, you are going to see, hey, hello world is here. So it's perfect. So our environment, our base environment is set up and is ready to go. Now that we have the base up and running, which in our case is hello world, we're actually going to tell Python to physically host and run a local HTML or templates folder for that matter. So going back to our app, we're going to modify this a little bit so that we can actually achieve that. So at the very first line, we're going to add render template. Once that's done, we're going to go to our dev hello world. We're going to take out this entire function. We're going to create a new one. We're going to add dev index, open up that function. We're going to say return render underscore template, and we're going to tell it what do we want to render, which is index.html. Perfect. Next, we're going to modify our app equals Flask, and within the brackets, I'm going to add a comma, and I'm going to say template underscore folder. And we're going to say equals src / templates. All right, so now with that done, let me explain what I did. We essentially told the Flask application, the Python application, that what I want you to render is within src, and it is a folder called templates. Next, we need to physically create that folder. So on the left-hand side, where it says src, which is our folder, we're going to right-click and create a new folder. We're going to call it template. So you'll see that when you create an empty folder within an empty folder in Visual Studio Code, it is going to truncate it. Next, I want to right-click on template, and we're going to add index.html. So let's quickly recap. When I go back to my app.py file, we essentially told it, hey, run the following template folder src templates, which is src templates. And within that, we created a function, we called it index, and we said render template index.html. So now with that all done, we are going to open up our integrated terminal, and we're going to rebuild this Python application to our Docker container. So using the up arrow, you can reuse what you've already typed in. It just saves a lot of time. Look for docker build t yoga fitness, the period at the end, and hit enter. Now it's going to rebuild that image. Once it's successfully built and you don't have any errors, we're going to run it just to double check that our index.html file is physically working. But I just realized that we didn't put anything in our index.html file, which means that if we would run it now, nothing will physically show. So I've got a pre-made, very simplistic HTML that I'm just going to paste within By the way, I have all the commands and instructions in the description of this video below, so make sure to check that out so that you don't miss anything. So once it's done, we're going to hit Control S. We're going to save this index.html. And with that, we need to rebuild the Docker to make sure that everything works the way it's supposed to work. Once it's successfully built, I'm going to type in docker run. We're going to add a port 5000, 5000, and we're going to call it Yoga Fitness. Get that to run up. Again, development. I'm going to click on that link and we're going to see if we can see our actual index.html, which is good. At this stage, it is working. The last step before we move on to the next chapter of this video, or the next video for that matter, we need to sync or map the Docker container with our repository. So going back to Visual Studio, we're going to close and exit this specific instance. We're going to close or kill this development server by hitting Control C. Once this is done, one thing I like to do when working with Docker is prune any images that is not being used. So you can use Docker image prune, and this will kill any dangling images is what they call it. These are images that have been created while we are building the Docker containers that is not currently being used. So it just cleans out the Docker for us. All right, so now with that, we are going to map our repository with our Docker container. To do this, we need to run the Docker again, but we're going to add a little bit more to it. So let's start with Docker run. We're going to set the port, which is 5000. And now we're going to add V, and this is where we're going to map our actual files or folders for that matter. So I'm going to start with a $, open up brackets. And when you're on a Windows PC, it's going to be uppercase PWD. When you're on a Mac or Linux, it's going to be lowercase pwd. We're going to say /src app src. Then we're also going to do the same for the app.py. So we're going to say v again, $, open brackets. We're going to say pwd /app.py semicolon /app/app.py. And we're going to finish this off by saying yoga fitness. I'm going to hit enter. Okay, so I'm getting a quick error here, and the reason why it's doing that is because we are not in the actual root directory. I've just realized that we are within the SRC. So I'm just going to go back again, and let's run that again. I'm going to hit the up arrow and hit enter. You might have not got the error, but I sure did. So it's good this happened, because if you see this type of error in the future, you would know that you are not in the root directory where the Docker file is located. All right, I'm going to click on this link and let's see if it works. All right, so it's working. Let's double check and make sure everything is working the way it's supposed to. I'm going to make a few changes here. So I'm going to say, welcome to my website. I'm just going to change this heading. I'm just going to say this is a test. I'm going to save it, navigate back to the browser and hit refresh. And there you go. All right, so at this stage, we have successfully created our Docker container, and we've also created a local Python Flask app. And all of this is running in an image in Docker, which is exactly what we want. Next up, I'm going to show you how to set up Grunt and how to set up a task manager to do all this for you in a seamless and easy way. All right, so in the previous part of this video, or in the previous video, we essentially created a base Docker container and we ran our app.py file within. We also used Docker mapping to map our local GitHub repository with our Docker image to ensure that we have that synchronous browsing capability where if we change or make changes to the index.html, it will automatically update within the Docker container. Now that we have the base running, the next step is to set up Gulp, to set up a package.json, and also to set up web config. So let's go ahead and do that. The first and foremost thing I want to do is make sure I open up my integrated terminal. I'm going to right click where my folder explorer is. We're going to say open integrated terminal. Once that is open, the first thing we want to do is type in npm int it. Now what we're doing here is we're creating a package.json file. It's going to ask you a couple of things. So the first question it's going to ask you is, what is the package name? So I'm going to call it Yoga Fitness. Once that is done, it's going to ask you for a version, not super important. So we're going to go ahead and hit enter. Next, it's going to ask for a description. So here I like to just say yoga fitness website. And now it's going to ask for an entry point. We're not going to use entry points in this stage. So we're just going to hit enter. Same with test command. In your case, it will show you the actual Git repository. In my case, it's not showing that because I am demoing this in a video. It's also going to ask for keywords and authors and all that kind of good stuff. So go through those questions and just answer them. By the way, if you have a private repository, you don't need to worry about the license. If you're doing this on a public, make sure to add something like MIT. Once you've done and once you've filled everything in, it's going to show you a quick summary of everything. So we're just going to go ahead and hit enter. Now on the left-hand side, you're going to notice that it created a package.json file. And when we click on it, it's actually going to show us everything that we want to see. All right, so now that we have our package.json file created, the next step is actually quite fun. It's pretty good. We're going to go ahead and install all the necessary Node.js libraries, plugins, and good stuff. So let's start off with Gulp. I'm going to go ahead in the terminal. I'm going to type in npm and install global CLI. Let's start there. All right, so I already have mine installed. That's why mine didn't really do anything. But in your case, you would see that it will physically install the package globally. The next thing I want to do is install Gulp. So I'm going to go npm install -- and we're going to type in save dev and we're going to say Gulp. Now I just got a little error there, and the reason for that, I'm just going to press up arrow and we're just going to get rid of that extra L. We're going to hit enter and it will install the package for us. So it's installing Gulp. So when you install any kind of Node.js, you'll notice on the left hand side that it created a node modules folder, and when you open that up, it's going to add a bunch of files. And the reason why there's so many files is because of all the dependencies that Gulp needs for it to work properly. All right, so now that we have Gulp installed, and by the way, just a little side note, in the description of this video, I do have all the commands added. And where is it added? Well, it's added in the GitHub repository. So when you click on the GitHub link in the video description below, in the README file, I have everything laid out exactly, all the commands that I'm using, all that good stuff. So if I'm going too fast, just know that I do have it in the GitHub README file. All right, so next up, once we've done all that, we need to install quite a few things. The next thing I want to install is the Gulp WebP. So this is going to allow us to actually convert our JPEG and PNG files. So I'm just going to drop it in there. It's npm install -- save dev Gulp WebP. We're going to install that one. All right, so that just completed. The next one I want to install is the SAS. So very similar, npm install save dev and SAS. We're going to hit enter and get that guy to install. All right, so that installed. The next one I want to install is Webpack. So very similar, npm install, but we're going to do Webpack. And by the way, I'm going to show you why we're installing this here in a second. I just want to get all the installations done. And by the way, there is a command that you can install all of this at once, but I am doing this step by step just to make sure that you are following properly. Once we've installed Webpack, the next one we're going to install is Webpack CLI. So install save dev Webpack CLI. All right, so with that one installed, we are going to install Webpack Stream. So again, npm install webpack-stream. There's a few more that I want to install. I know it's quite a lot. The next one I want to install is Concurrently. This is a great plugin because you can actually execute multiple scripts at the same time. And we are going to play around with this here in a sec. I just want to get everything installed and get that all done. All right, so that one is installed. By the way, you will notice as you install some of these packages, you are going to see stuff like 19 vulnerabilities, 4 moderate, 15 high. Because we are going to host this on GitHub Pages and Azure static websites, this is something not to worry about. But if you were to take this into production, this is something to definitely solve, which is, by the way, a very daunting task to do. But one of the ways that you can fix this is by running npm audit fix and force. Most cases it doesn't work, but in this specific instance, we're not going to worry about this because this is not physically going to be on our production server. All right, so now that we've installed our Concurrently, we've also installed a few others. I want to install CSS loader as well. So npm install CSS loader. So now we've installed that. If you want to keep track on what you've installed, you can navigate over to your package.json. In the package.json, where it says dev dependencies, it will show you what you have installed and what we are going to use throughout this project. So very important and a super easy way to do that. So I can see that we've installed Gulp, WebP, SaaS, and we have a few more to install. Not a lot, but a few more. One thing or a few things I want to add is Style Loader as well as SaaS Loader. So let's go ahead and install Style Loader. So to do that, go back to the terminal and we're going to type in Style Loader and we're going to get this guy to install real quick. All right, so Style Loader is just done. The next one I want to install, the one I think we don't have, is SaaS Loader. So again, in the terminal, we're going to type in SaaS Loader and we're going to get that guy to install. And you're going to notice as you're installing your dependencies, it is going to populate this list, which is great. So we have 1, 2, 4, 6, 8. We have 10 dependencies at this point. The last one I want to install, last but not least, is browser sync. Same thing, npm install safe dev browser sync. All right, so now that we have all our dev dependencies installed, we have our package.json, we're going to start off by creating our Gulp file. To do that, we're going to right click on the folder and we're going to say new file and we're going to type in gulp file.mjs. So first thing I want to do is I want it to import Gulp from Gulp. So essentially we are establishing the libraries that we just downloaded, the dependencies. So I imported Gulp, I'm importing WebP, and we are going to import Webpack stream. Now, please follow with me here. I will explain as we go along. Don't get discouraged at this point. Trust me, this is all going to work out because once we're done with all this, your entire development process is going to be so straightforward because of the task manager that we are currently setting up. All right, so the next one I want to import is Webpack, and we're going to say from Webpack. And now we are going to add the configuration part for our Webpack config. So what we're going to do is we're going to add Webpack config, and this is our existing Webpack configuration. Now for this to work properly, we would need to right click in our folder and we need to create a new file. And what we're going to add is Webpack config.js. I'm going to go back to the grunt file and we are now going to start by populating our actual tasks, and these tasks are used so that we don't have to manually go and do them. To establish the task, I like to add comments. By the way, I like to use comments constantly throughout my entire development process, and this just makes life so much easier if you need to go back maybe in a week or a month or in a year, you would know exactly what you were doing. So I'm adding tasks to copy HTML files to the distribution. So what we're doing now is we're going to create a task that's going to copy all our files from the SRC folder, and that's going to automatically put it into the distribution folder for us. And this is part of our local dev that we're setting up. So I'm going to create a task and I'm just going to close the task here. So what I did here is I said gulp.task, and the name of it is HTML. It's a function. Within that, we are going to add a return, and we're going to say return gulp.src. We are going to say src/star.html. So I'm just going to add a pipe as well. So .pipe gulp destination dest /. So what did we do here? We essentially created a task where we said gulp src, so gulp source, src, which is this folder right here, and star.html. So anything that consists or anything that exists with a .html, I want you to move it in this destination. I want you to move it to the dist destination or distribution file. So that's what we're doing with this task. It is super straightforward. Don't overthink this because it is very straightforward. Trust me, once we start playing with this, once we actually execute our code, it's going to make total sense. All right, so we want to do the same for the WebP as well. So I want to start by defining it for my JPEGs first. So WebP conversion for JPEG. And what are we going to do? I'm literally just going to copy this whole task, and that's just going to save time. Once I've copied this, we want to change the HTML to WebP. Also the same, we want to change where it needs to go. We need to change that as well because obviously we don't want HTML to be copied with this specific task. But what we want to change it to is source img star JPEG. So everything that has an extension .jpeg in the folder of img in the folder of source will be automatically copied for us. In our case, though, we don't have this yet, but as we go through this part of the video, I'll show you how to properly set this up because we would need to go and create those folders there. Next, we need to change this pipe and we need to change the destination. And the destination is just going to be as simple as img /. All right, we need to do the same for PNG as well. So I'm going to take this entire task and we're going to copy it and we're going to paste it, change that JPG to PNG. Actually, I want it to be uppercase. I feel like that might be better. And we need to give it a name. So I'm just going to say WebP, but I'm going to add PNG at the end. And now we need to change the extension to PNG because it's not going to be JPEG anymore. But the destination is going to be exactly the same. So that is perfect as it is right here. So now we successfully created another task, which is fantastic. Now the last one I want to add, the last task. So I'm going to take all this, we're going to copy it and we're going to paste it. And we're just going to say WebP conversion. We're going to change our little comment here. I'm just going to say task to bundle JS. And so this task that we are creating, we are bundling everything up. And this is going to be in conjunction with our Webpack config. All right, so one thing I want to change is obviously we are not going to have the source go to IMG, but we're going to change this so that it goes to src.js and star.js. So anything that's within JS, anything that's within source and JS that has an extension of JS, we are going to make sure that we are moving that to the actual destination. And this one, we are going to change the IMG, obviously, to JS as well. I think you're starting to realize what we're doing here. Now, one thing I want to add is a console log to make sure that this is doing it properly. So console log is a great way for us, and I'll show you once we put this and once we test it. All right, last thing, we just want to add the Webpack functionality. So within our return source and destination, I'm just going to add pipe Webpack config. All right, so now we've created our JS task, and next I want to create a watch that watches for everything. So a task that is going to combine all of this and watch everything for us. So we're going to start by creating a task again. So I'm just going to copy one of these tasks that we already created. I like to be quick and easy when it comes to development. We're going to clean that out, and I want to change the actual task name to watch. And now we are going to add gulp.watch. We want it to watch the following for us. We want it to constantly check our source file for any type of HTML changes, so our src HTML, and when it watches, it needs to execute our HTML task. So if there's any changes, it's going to execute this task here at the top. So we're going to go and do this for our WebP as well. So the first one, which is going to be our JPEG. So very similar, gulp watch, src img, same as what we did here at the top. But if anything changes in there, it needs to execute the specific task. Next, we need to do that for our web PNG as well. I think you're starting to understand and get what we're doing here. So I'm going to do the same for WebP PNG, and it's looking for any kind of PNG that's going to be added to IMG, and then it will execute that task for us. Last but not least, we need to do the same for our JS as well. So very similar, we are going to say gulp watch. We need to check everything within the JS. And you would notice that I added extra dots as well. And the reason for that is it's going to check any type of sub directories of JS if there is going to be any, and it will do exactly the same for us as well. All right, so with this said, we created our watch, we are watching, and we are checking these, and based on any type of changes to our folder, we will execute any of these tasks. Last but not least, we need to add a default for our gulp. So gulp and or grunt always needs a default. And I'm going to add this default, and it says gulp task default. What is the default? Well, if I'm executing just the word gulp in the terminal itself, it's going to run HTML. I'm going to get rid of this because that's not relevant. It's going to run HTML, JS, and watch, which is going to be this one right here. So it will run HTML, JS, and watch all at the same time. But in this example, and in this video, and this full course video, we're not going to really work with this. This is just there for default purposes. All right, so now that we finished our gulp file, the basics is up and running for the gulp. we need to look at the web config. Now, the web config, again, I'm just recapping here for real quick for people that's just joined or people just seen this video. Everything is in the description below. Everything is within the actual Git pages as well. So make sure to check that out. And you can also fork it, by the way. You can fork this project that I'm creating as well. All right, so the first thing we need to do when defining the Webpack config.js is we need to create a variable for path. And essentially what I'm saying here is const path required path. And that's just a base to kind of get everything going. Next, we need to create a module export functionality. So I'm going to create a export functionality right here. And within that, I'm going to define a variable. And this is just a variable that says is production mode equals production. But we're not going to use that just yet. We'll dive into this much later on in the video. But for now, we have our production there, which is pretty standard. Next, I want to create a config. And so I'm going to type out config. I'm just going to close this brackets as well, just so that makes it a little easier. And now I'm going to add a mode. So we're going to say is production and or development is what I'm adding here. We are going to define an entry point. So what are we doing here? Just quickly explain. We are essentially setting up our Webpack config file to look out for an entry point, which is going to be our main.js file. So we would, here in a little while, we would need to go and set up some of these folders that we just created because it's going to look for a main.js file. So we would need to go and integrate that within everything as well. Next, I want to add an output. So we have an entry, we need to create an output. And within the output, we are going to say the file name is bundle.js and the path that I want it to follow is going to be as follow. It's going to be dist.js. Again, stick with me here. I'll explain everything as we go through this. By the way, we just need to add a little P there. Perfect. Last but not least, we need to add the functionality for it to literally be able to convert our Sass to CSS. What we're doing here with Webpack is we are going to run our Sass or CSS within the JS itself. It's super rad. It's super cool because this makes the website super leaner than anything I've ever seen, to be honest. And it's just a great way to manage it. So now this might sound or look a little confusing, but as we go through this project, this is going to make more and more sense. All right, I just want to add a quick array here within our module. I'm just going to open it up here. And what I want to add is the CSS functionality. So I'm just going to say test. Within that, we are going to say use. And we're going to say style loader, CSS loader, and Sass loader. Perfect. Just going to close that down. I want to add a comma here to my array. And I want to add a comma to this one as well. And we want to add a comma to this. All right, so this is the base for everything to work the way it should be working. Now we need to go and add our folder structure. So to add the folder structure, we need to make a few changes here. In the previous part of this video or the previous section, previous video, we set it up a very, very basic Flask Python application, but we need to go and modify it a little bit. But before we do that, let's go ahead and create these folders that we just defined. So in the Gulp, we did create an src img, we created an src js. So we need to go and modify that because currently when you look at our folder structure, we have src and we have templates within src and we have that HTML within that. So I'm going to take this HTML, I'm going to move it into the actual src by just dragging it. And we're going to delete this template folder because we don't need it anymore. All right, so now we have the src. Next, I want to create a folder and I want to create a folder for SCSS. And I want to create a folder for IMG. So this SCSS is going to reflect with what we just created in Webpack, but we still need to add one more folder, and that is our JS folder. And within the JS folder, we want to go and create main.js. Perfect. So coming back to it and just recapping it real quick, because I know I'm going to lose some people here, but stick with me, trust me. Going back to the Webpack, in the entry point, we did say src.js main.js, which now is src.js main.js. And in the Gulp file, we added HTML, which is src.html. So in our src, we do have this index.html as well as the img. So we created the img folder here. So at this point, we do have the base up and running. Now we need to go and create our SCSS file. So within the SCSS, I'm going to create a new file and I'm going to call it main.scss. Now, if you do not import your SCSS file through the actual JS, you would have a Sass converter which will convert this into a CSS folder. But we're not going to go that way. We're going to go a different way. Closing this main Sass, we're going to get back to that in a second. The next thing I want to do is import my Sass file that we just created. So going to our main.js, we're just going to type in import, the little single quote marks there, and then we're going to say ... We're going to go to SCSS. And at this stage, we are going to type in main.scss and we're going to hit save. All right, so what we're doing here is we're physically in our main.js, we're importing this entire SCSS file, and our web config is going to convert this over from Sass to CSS and put it inside of our dist folder and serve it within JavaScript. So in your index.html, you're only going to import a JS file. You're not going to import any style sheets at all. All right, so let's actually go and do that. So let's go to the index, and what are we going to add to the index? Well, we're going to add the next script. So in the head, we are going to type in script and we're going to say src and we're going to add the following. So essentially what I did here is I opened up two curly braces and I said URL underscore FOR. So URL for static file name jsbundle.cs. So this jsbundle.cs is what we're going to import into the index.html. This part here is part of the Flask Python functionality. So we're essentially telling it, hey, listen, this is going to be a static file and we need to import this in. So you'll notice that this jsbundle.js is reflecting with our output what we're doing here. So here we are saying bundle.js. And we're putting it in dist.js. So see how this all kind of comes together now. All right, so with that done, now we've linked up our script, and that's all we need to do, by the way. We don't need to add anything else. We don't need to add a style sheet. We only need to add our JS, and this is why this is so powerful. Again, description below, everything in the GitHub pages. Make sure to copy it, fork this. And by the way, make sure to like and subscribe. I truly appreciate this. There's a lot of effort that goes into these videos. All right, so now that we've completed our index.html, we have configured our Webpack, and we've configured our main.js, we need to modify our Docker container a little bit. At this stage, what we've done is we've copied everything. So everything that's within here is going to copy to our Docker container. And I don't really want that. I don't want that specifically. I just want it to copy our dist file because we don't want anything else to really go and copy. So let's change that up a little bit. So where we had the copy ... we're going to change that. And we are going to say copy dist, and the destination for that dist in the container of Docker itself is going to be app/dist. Again, what we're doing here is we're taking everything that's in this file and we're moving it into the Docker container, but specifically in the app. So the work directory in the app, we have that dist. All right, another thing that I want to copy as well is the app.py file. So we're physically copying the app.py file and moving that in. And the reason we're doing that is because in the previous part of this video, we copied everything, right? We copied everything that was within here, but we don't really want that because that's going to bloat our container. We just want to copy specifically this. Now that we've done that, the last step or the last few modifications that we do need to do for this to work properly is we also need to modify our app.py file just a slight bit. What we want to add here is we need to define the static folder because Python and Flask specifically wants a static folder, and we just need to define and set it to dist. So I am going to add a static folder and we're going to say dist, but I also want to change the src templates because we don't have it here anymore. So I'm going to change this to dist. And so now we're saying template folder is dist and static folder is dist. Everything else is good to go. Now we're going to save everything, done everything that we need to do. And I'm just going to close everything out as well. Next, one last step I want to do before we test this is I want to add a git ignore. So we want to add a new file and just say .git ignore. And within the git ignore, we just want to ignore the node modules folder. We don't want to submit this into our repository because this can be quite a large file. So all we want to do is just add node underscore modules and /. That's it. And what that would do is it will exclude our nodes module folder. All right, so the last step and what I want to do before we test is in the actual main SCSS, I just created a body tag and I said background red because I really just want to make sure when we run this that the background is red. That's going to be a great indicator that everything within our Flask and Python and Docker container is working properly and everything is connecting the way it should be. All right, so let's test this out. One last thing, in the package.json, when you open that up, I want to add a specific script here. So I just want to open this up, add a comma, and we want to add a start. And what we're doing is we're going to run the plugin concurrently. We're going to do Gulp watch and Webpack watch. So in the terminal itself, we're just going to save that. In the terminal itself, we are actually, I'm just going to close all this terminals. I'm going to create a fresh one or open up a fresh one. And we are going to say npm start. And when you do that, it's going to run concurrently, which is going to be Gulp watch. And Gulp watch, specifically, if we open up the Gulp file, is this task we created here. So it's going to do all of this that we just created. And also we have Webpack. So when we open up Webpack, it's going to execute this Webpack code, which is our Sass component, which is going to convert to Sass. Now that we've run this, you will see that it's watching. It's constantly running in the background, which is great. That's exactly what we want. But you're going to notice when you open up the disk folder, bam, it actually created an index folder for us. So it moved the index and put it over there. And the JS, it created a bundle for us. And this is development mode, by the way. But one thing I want to show you, which is super cool, it's including our Sass for us and it's converting everything for us. All right, so now that we've done that, the last thing we need to do, I'm going to open up a new tab here in the terminal and we are going to run our Docker. And so what I want to do, because we made a bunch of changes to our Docker folder, I'm going to just rebuild our Docker. So we're going to go back to Docker build T yoga fitness. We're going to get that to build real quick. Perfect. And then we're going to run it. We're going to run our Docker by mapping our local repository with our Docker file so that we have that constant refresh. But notice that I've changed here a few things. So you'll see that we have pwd dist and then app dist. So app and dist is within the Docker container. And we are essentially connecting dist, which is right here, to our app dist. And the same goes for our app.py. We are just linking them all up. So I'm going to hit enter. All right, so I just quickly cut here. I had an issue with my Docker. I had to restart my Docker, but I ended up getting it up and running again. And I ran my Docker and let's quickly test it. Let's navigate to the browser and you're going to see, boom, our background is red, which means if we go back to our Visual Studio in our Sass and we go and modify, let's make this black just to test this. And this is just testing purposes, by the way. I'm going to go back to the browser and we're just going to refresh this and you're going to see the screen is black. So at this point, we have successfully created our entire environment. We created the Flask, we created the Docker container. We just did everything. And we're doing this through Gulp. When we progress through this entire course, you're going to notice how easy this is. I know this is a very challenging part. This can be cumbersome, but just follow the instructions. You should be good to go. And now we are going to start by installing Bootstrap in the next chapter. Start finally developing. So check it out. In this part of the video, we are going to look at how to set up Bootstrap and the variables of Bootstrap, and also how to configure your SCSS configuration within your project itself. Now, if you've only joined this video now, make sure to check out the full YouTube video where I explain everything from start to finish. And at this stage, we have now successfully created our development environment. What I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to hit Control C in the command line, and we're going to stop this Python Flask / Docker container from running. Now that it's stopped, we're going to look at how to install Bootstrap using node modules onto your local GitHub repository or your local dev environment. So the first thing I want you to do is navigate over to the Bootstrap website. Now, when you're at the Bootstrap website, make sure to navigate to the Documents section, so clicking Docs at the top. Once you've done that, on the left-hand side, navigate over to Downloads. Now, when you're on the Downloads page, you're going to notice a few things. First, you can download the compiled CSS and JS files. However, for what we're trying to do, we're definitely going to avoid this part. Second, you can also install the source files or download the source files. That's one way of doing it. However, to maintain a project in the future, you want to avoid downloading any type of files. What we are going to use when you scroll down is use the npm install bootstrap 5.3.2. So with that, I am going to copy this code, and we're going to use this code to download Bootstrap to our project. So navigating back and navigating to the actual terminal that we have, we are going to paste it. And to paste it into the terminal, we're just going to right click and we're going to hit enter. Make sure that you are located on the root directory of your project before hitting enter. Once you've done that, you're going to notice that it's going to start installing Bootstrap for you. Once that's done and we open up our node modules, we're going to scroll down and we're going to look for Bootstrap. As I'm scrolling down, I've noticed that Bootstrap is right here. And when I open that up, we're going to notice that you have all the files required to work with Bootstrap in general. So when I open up SCSS, you'll notice that we have all the files there. Now, this is going to be important because as we are going to modify the variables of Bootstrap going throughout this project, we are constantly going to go back and forth between this variables files and our actual files. Now with this done, we are going to navigate back to the Bootstrap website because there's a few things that we need to add in our HTML as well as our main SCSS. So with that, I'm going to navigate over to Customize and Sass. When you navigate over to this page, you're going to notice a few things. It's going to show you the file structure, which we'll cover here in a bit, but it's also going to show you how to properly import Bootstrap. Now you have two options. Option one is you can physically drop the entire Bootstrap file and add your variables above, or option two, and having more full control, would be doing it this way. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this because this is the way that I usually like to do it. You're also going to notice in the documentation, they kind of suggest that you go for option two by saying we encourage the latter. It just gives you more full control. All right, so with that, we're going to navigate back to Visual Studio. And with Visual Studio open, we are going to start modifying our main SCSS file. So to do that, we're going to minimize our entire node modules. Now, there is quite a lot of modules that we've already installed, so I'm just going to move it right up. And we're going to minimize this. We're going to go to our SCSS folder and click on our main SCSS. So I already have this open because in the previous part of the video, we changed the background to black as part of testing our dev environment. So I'm going to highlight everything and we're going to get rid of that. And we're going to paste what we just copied. Now, when you've pasted this, there's one small change that we need to do. By default, Bootstrap always sets it that node modules is within SRC. However, in our case, node modules are in the root directory of our project. So what we need to do is we need to copy this node modules. So I'm going to copy it. I'm going to hit Control F to open up my find. We're going to click on the arrow to replace. I'm going to paste it in there, but at the beginning, I'm going to add .. By doing that, we are going to click on the Replace All button, and it's going to automatically add that for us. Now with this all done, we're going to hit Save, and I'm quickly going to explain to you what we are going to do here. First off, we are calling in Bootstrap functions, and we are going to manipulate the variables, but we can't manipulate the variables unless we have this functions SCSS. So where it says include any default variables, this is where we are going to include our own custom CSS to override the variables. Another thing, because we are not going to use variables dark, we can definitely get rid of this. Now that that's removed, we are not going to worry about any map overrides. So we're going to leave that as is. But one thing we can do, and what we will do, is add a SAS file for our custom classes, which, by the way, we're not going to use a lot. But custom classes will be added right here at the bottom. All right, so with these changes, I'm going to hit save. And within my SAS file, I'm going to right click and we're going to create a new file. So I'm going to click on create new, and we are going to create a custom variable.scss file, as well as create a new one, custom_class. So the custom var SCSS is where we're going to change or modify the variables that Bootstrap is pre-baked with. Custom class, we're going to use that for any type of custom classes that we need to add to physically change anything that we need to change that you can change using the variables of Bootstrap. So with this all done, I'm going to navigate back to my main file and we're going to add custom variables. To do that, we're going to type in add import, open up our quotation marks. I'm just going to add a semicolon at the end, and we're going to hit Control and Spacebar, which will open up Visual Studio Code's IntelliSense. With that done, we are going to select custom var. But one thing with SAS, you don't need to add the actual SCSS at the end. So you don't need to include the actual file extension. So with that done, I'm going to hit Control S to save it. And we're going to do the same for right at the bottom for our custom class. So I'm going to say add import, open up our quotation marks, get a semicolon at the end, hit Control space, and we're going to select custom class.scss and remove the extension. So with that all done, we should be able to run our container and no errors should appear. So in the terminal, I'm going to click and hit the up arrow to get back to our Docker. Before we do that, before I hit enter, I want to go back to my nodes. I want to close this down and we are going to rerun our npm start. Hopefully we don't have any errors. Okay, so in my case, I have one error and it's talking about primary text emphasis dark. This error normally occurs because we did remove the variables dark. So it looks like with the latest update with Bootstrap, it requires that. So we're going to go back and just copy that and we're going to put it back in again. So I'm going to copy it and let's navigate back to our Bootstrap or our Visual Studio Code. And underneath the variables, I'm just going to paste that. We're just going to add a .. hit save, and let's see if this solves the problem. So I'm just going to open up the terminal, give some more space there, and it looks like it solved the problem. So everything is rendering the way it should be, which is good. I'm also going to do the same by navigating to my second terminal, and we're going to hit enter to open up our actual Docker container or running our Docker container. I'm going to click on the link and we're going to open that up in our browser. I'm just going to navigate to my browser and we can see that the dark background we had is not there anymore. I can also see that the text has kind of changed. Now this is because I have a trained eye, but essentially when I go and inspect element, we should be good to go. All right, so now at this point, we have successfully installed Bootstrap into our Visual Studio Code environment. And at this point, I am going to stop our actual container. There's a few extra steps that we also need to do. Same goes for npm start. I'm going to hit Control C and we are going to terminate this job. With that, I'm going to decrease my terminal. And one thing I want to do is just modify my HTML to be able to properly render Bootstrap. To do that, we are navigating back to the browser because there's something that I want to show you, something that's quite important. When you scroll down on the specific page, it gives you a base idea of what you should include in your HTML file. Now, one thing that I want to add, which is very important, especially for mobile and tablet devices, is the actual viewport. So I'm going to copy this to metadata items by hitting Control C. I'm going to navigate back to my Visual Studio, and we're going to drop that within the head. So there we go. We have that. We should be good. So I'm going to hit Control Save. And I want to make sure everything is working. So we're going to start by adding a background color for our HTML website or for our local website here, just to make sure that everything works. To do that, we're going to navigate to custom var, and we're going to add an actual variable here. Now, where do we start? how do we do this? Well, the easiest way for me, normally how I like to do it, is I open up the node modules and we're going to look for Bootstrap. Now, there is a lot of packages and this can be cumbersome, but we're going to open up SCSS, and we're going to look for underscore variables right here. So I'm going to double click it. I always double click with Visual Studio Code because if you only click once, it doesn't physically attach the tab. So if you go and click somewhere else and open up another tab, it's actually going to replace that one. So always make sure to double click. With this open, we're going to hit Control F and we're going to search for BG. Now, this is the best way to navigate and get anything throughout this large variable document. I'm also going to show you a different way of doing this, but for now, we're just going to do it this way. And we're going to scroll down until we can find the variable for background. So scrolling right here, I can see that I have body BG right here, and that's the one I want to change. So what we're going to do is we're going to copy all of it, and we're going to put this in our custom var. So I'm just going to paste it in here, give a little space here, and I'm going to add a comment and just say base config. All right. One thing to note though is when you modify variables of Bootstrap, you always want to get rid of the default at the end. You never want default at the end or anywhere when you override the variables. All right, so now with body BG right here, I'm just going to change this to red because I just want to test and make sure that everything is working the way it's supposed to. So I'm going to hit save, and in my terminal, I am going to hit npm start to get that to run, as well as run my Docker. So I'm going to hit enter there as well. So I use the up arrow as per usual, and we're going to click on the link to get it to show in the browser. So I'm just going to navigate to the browser, and you can see that red is there. So our base variables is working. Now that everything is working the way it's supposed to, the next step is to configure our variables so that it matches the design that we've originally designed in the previous video. By the way, if you haven't seen the video, make sure to check it out. It is a great full course of how you can successfully design a modern website from start to finish. It's a long course, but it's a good, valuable course because I go through a lot of stuff that's going to make you a great designer. All right, so at this point of the video, we are going to look at the design to determine our primary colors, to determine the light colors, to determine the dark colors, and all that good stuff. We're going to do it right now. So again, and I know I've mentioned this a million times, but this design you're seeing right here, it is in the Figma community as well. And it is in the description below, by the way. You can go and fork or duplicate this design, and you can actually work with me throughout this entire course. But what we're going to do now is we're actually going to set up the variables. So let's jump into it. Now, when you open up this design and you scroll in, you're going to notice that it has this army green or off green color, and that's what we're going to use for our primary color. So I'm going to click on this asset, and on the right hand side, you're going to see the colors, but I've already detached this, but it's actually the primary color of this entire design. But in this case, it is this specific color, and we are going to hit Control C and we're going to copy that. So with that copied, we're going to navigate over to our Visual Studio. So I'm just going to navigate over here. Just give me one sec. All right. So when we're over here and we go to our custom variable part where we had BG or body BG red, we're going to get rid of that and we're going to add what we just copied from the design. Now I'm just going to paste it over here. You're going to notice when you copy something from Figma, especially a color, it is not going to copy the actual hashtag, which defines it to be a hexadecimal color. So for now, we're just going to leave it there. I want you to now navigate to variables. And when we're on this page, we need to go and copy the actual primary, secondary, and all that good color. So I'm going to scroll down. It's quite a bit down. And we just got to pass all the colors of Bootstrap. And I'm going to explain to you what these colors are in a second. But what I want to copy is this part right here. It says primary, secondary, stuff like success, info, warning, dark, danger, light, all that good stuff. We're going to take this and we're going to copy it to our actual custom variables. Now, again, when you copy something to the custom variables, we need to get rid of this default. That's something that should never be included. And so we want to make sure we get rid of that. So to get rid of that, we're going to copy everything. We're going to hit Control F. We're going to paste it in there. Make sure the replace part is empty, and we're going to replace all. So on my end, it has the squiggly line. And the reason it has that is because of this. So we're just going to cut it and we're going to put it in to define the primary as that color, I'm also going to add a comment, and I'm going to say that this is the theme colors. Oh, that's uppercase. I don't want that. So theme colors. Perfect. So now we've added it, but you're going to notice that when you hit save, and because we're running Node and because we're running Docker, you're going to notice that it's going to give you an error, and it's going to give you the error of gray 600 because at this stage, it literally doesn't know what the gray and or the green or cyan or yellow, all that is all about. It's going to say, hey, what is this all about? I don't know what you're talking about. So we need to go and grab that from the variables file so that we can actually use it within our custom variables. So this is pretty standard. Now, first and foremost, I'm going to hit Control and Home on the keyboard to get right to the top of the actual variable folder. And we're going to copy all of this. So I don't want to copy that comment, by the way. I don't like their comments. No offense. All right, so now with that done, we're just going to go to line 1. I'm just going to give some space there, and we're going to paste this in. And right top, I'm just going to say Bootstrap default colors. There we go. Perfect. Now, going back to the Control F again, I just want to get rid of all the defaults there. We don't want to override our file with that specific default. All right, so now when we hit save, we'll get closer. We're still gonna get the green error. So we can still see the green error there. That's fine. We're gonna quickly fix that. So to fix that, we're gonna go back and we're gonna look for green. And what I normally do is I take all of this and I copy that as well. So I'm just gonna copy it, go back, and we're just gonna paste it in here. And again, get rid of the default. Perfect. Now you could theoretically get away with this by adding custom colors in here, but I like to stick to Bootstrap as close as possible. So you're going to notice that it compiled and it has no errors. Okay, perfect. So now we have our primary color in there. That is great. So let's navigate back to Figma and let's have a look at what other colors we need to add. Now, this specific design does not really have a secondary color, which is fine. That's pretty normal for modern designs. Modern designs, you usually stick with one primary color. Secondary color, not that much. But one thing I noticed though is we have a light color on this actual asset. And on the right-hand side, I'm just gonna copy this. So I'm gonna hit Control C. And we're gonna navigate back to our Visual Studio and we're gonna paste that into the light section. So where it says gray 100, I'm just gonna get rid of that. And again, we gotta add that little hashtag to say, hey, this is a hex color. So we're gonna hit save. And by the way, this sometimes happens to me. I forget that it does take a few seconds for this SAS to compile. So sometimes when you code real fast and you go back and forth and you're like, hey, why is this thing not changing to what I said it? The reason for that is because it takes a few seconds for the actual compiler thingamajiggy to actually do its thing. All right, so now we have our primary color, we've added light. The next thing I want to add is the dark. So when we go back to our design, I just got to click here. It takes me a second to navigate between the things. I want to add a specific dark color. Now I am using dark throughout this design and I'm using it specifically on the text itself. So when I click on the text, it says gray 800, which is perfect. And again, this design is specifically designed for Bootstrap. So this part makes it super easy. If your design is not designed for Bootstrap, this can be quite cumbersome because you got to go and change all the variables and all that kind of good stuff. So that's why it is so important to design your designs, design your website to accommodate that of Bootstrap. All right, so one thing I want to change with dark here, I'm just going to change that to gray 800. All right, perfect. So now at this stage, we've added all our base colors. We can still modify some of these colors, and we're probably going to because the default success and the default info and specifically default warning, that's too red for me. So we'll definitely change that as we go through this entire course, as we go through this project. All right, so now I am going to go to index.html, and one thing I want to add is just a button to make sure that our colors are properly working. I'm going to type in just a link, and I'm going to say href, and we just want to use hash. I'm going to add a class. I'm going to say button primary, and let's say text white. Now by default it should be text white, but I'm just going to make sure test. Oh, let's make it proper there. Now, one thing I want to add though, and sometimes you'll get this error, it's one of those things that either it is an error or it's not. When you go back to your main SCSS, we added API right here. And in some cases, the colors or the primary colors or the buttons don't gel well with API. So I normally replace this. I'm just going to navigate to my browser here real quick. I normally replace that with something else. Now, this is just experience doing this for such a long time. I'm just going to copy this and put it on a new tab. I don't want to get rid of our local instance or our local server there. But I want to go back to this and I want to grab this Bootstrap right here. And we're going to copy that and we're going to replace that API because we're not really going to work with API in this project. In other projects, you might work with it. I'm just going to replace it here. We're just going to do our .. as well so that it goes to the right folder structure. I'm just going to hit save. We're going to give it a second here to reload. And as it's reloading, we can navigate back to our browser and we can see what we actually have done so far. So if I go to our local server and hit refresh, the button is there, but it's not really doing anything. And there we go. When I refreshed it, the button is working. Now, did you see that it took a second? It took a few seconds for our actual compiling to happen. That is normal. That is part of the whole process, and that is part of this environment that we set up. It is compiling and it does everything that we want it to do. All right, so now we have a good looking button. It is super basic at this point. Now we got to look at extra type of variables and we need to look at extra type of things that we need to set because we're going to prepare the environment to start with the actual navigation, which is the fun part. I always love starting with the navigation. I always love putting that all together. So before we do that, one of the key things that I normally like to do is I want to add just the base background color and the base text color, just the basics of what you normally should do when working with Bootstrap. So let's navigate back to variables. By the way, actually, I want to show you something cool as well. When you go to the Bootstrap website, it always shows you the variables at the bottom. So let me explain, let me show you. All right, so when you go to, let's say, forms, for example, and it shows you, hey, this is how forms look like, this is cool, cool, cool. When you scroll right to the bottom, it actually shows you exactly which variables there are available to change. So you don't need to go through the whole process of searching the underscore variable folder. So for now, we're still going to do it the traditional way. We're still going to search through the variables file. But moving forward after this, we'll definitely start doing both of them. We'll start playing around with both of them. Because sometimes on the website, when you scroll right to the bottom, you don't really find what you're looking for. So you still need to have that experience to navigate through the underscore variables folder. All right, so we want to change the BG or just the normal color structure for that matter. So I'm just going to search for BG. We're going to search that once or twice. So I'm just going to scroll down because there's a lot that goes on in this folder. All right, so here it is. It is the actual main body settings. So one thing I do want to do is the actual body color. You see that it's set to gray 900. Ours is set to gray 800. So I'm going to copy this guy, go back to our custom var, and I'm just going to add an extra one here. I'm going to say base body settings. Perfect. We're going to paste that in, and then we're going to say gray 800. Again, oh, there's a little mistake there. Yeah, that's going to give us this area at the bottom. All right, again, what are we actually doing here? What is this gray 600, gray 800? What the hell is that all about? So let me explain. Let's go back to the browser here, and I'll explain to you real quick what that is all about. Now, when you navigate to the colors of Bootstrap, you'll notice, and this is why Bootstrap is super powerful, you'll notice all the different colors that Bootstrap has. So you'll see that we have blue, and we have blue 100 to blue 900. That's insane. And the same with indigo, same with purple, same with all of these colors. So you can actually manipulate and use these colors throughout your entire design, throughout your entire project. And I'm going to show you in this video exactly how to do this. So it all comes back to one thing: designing and developing a website to be super lean and super powerful so that we can get that lighthouse to score near to 100%. Now, can you score 100%? That's debatable. But coming back to this, that's what we did right here. We said gray 800, which when you go back to that little scale, you will see exactly that, hey, there's gray 800 right there. That's the color we're going for. All right, so I want to do the same. I just want to go back to variables to see what we have here as well. So we have body BG. Body BG is white. That's fine. I don't want to change that. If I were to work with a light and a dark theme, we'll definitely be able to change those colors as well. So at this stage, we're at a good spot. We've changed a few variables. I've showed you the basics of variables and it's working the way it should be. By the way, you can also add your own custom colors here on top of primary and secondary. You can add tertiary, you can add whatever you want. And later on in the project, I'm going to show you how to do that. But for now, we have the base up and running. Now, in the next part of this video, in the next section, or in the next video, depending on how you got to this video, we are going to focus on creating that awesome navigation. So let's quickly navigate back to Figma. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. We are going to create not this navigation. I like this navigation where the logo is on the left-hand side and the actual menu is in the middle and our call to action buttons on the right-hand side. I don't like this background. We're going to use this background. So it's going to be a mixed match of all of them. So make sure to stay tuned for the next chapter. All right, so in this chapter, as I said, we are creating the main navigation or the nav, Bootstrap nav, and we are going to create this specific one. And I'm going to jump between the two prototypes, by the way. We are going to jump between prototype 1 and prototype 3, and maybe, just maybe, prototype 2 as well. So between the combination of 1, 3, and 2. Now, normally the project sponsor or the owner or even your client would make that decision, would make the decision of which prototype they're going to go for. But because this is a demonstration, we'll just, play around and create whatever we think is the best prototype out of all of them. Again, if you've joined this video right now, make sure to like and subscribe to my YouTube channel. I truly appreciate that. Everything is in the description below. This design and this development is both on GitHub and on the Figma community. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to navigate back to my Visual Studio, and you can see that we still have the Node.js running and we still have our Docker running. So everything is still good. And at this stage, what I want to do now, before we do anything else, I want to check in my source code. So first off, I'm just going to say that we created base. So I'm going to say base creation. And you can add whatever you want over here. I'm just going to go ahead and submit. I'm just going to hit sync. It's super important to make sure you check in your code on a regular basis, just to make sure that when you work in a team that you guys are working together. Also, you want to make sure that you are committing, syncing, and submitting to the right branch. At the bottom left of Visual Studio, it will show you which branch you are working on. All right, so with that, we are going to close everything down. So I'm going to close all of my open tabs, and I like to do that. I like to start fresh every time. So I'm going to open up index.html, and we're going to start by adding the navigation. So to start the navigation, I like to use Bootstrap documentation as much as possible. Why reinvent the wheel if the wheel is already invented, right? So we're going to make sure that we navigate to the docs of Bootstrap, and you can do that by just opening up a new tab. If you don't have that open, you can say getbootstrap.com/docs, and everything is going to be there. Always make sure that you are on the latest docs, which is 5.3 when this video was recorded. All right, so when you have the documentation, when you're at the first page, we're going to navigate down on the left-hand side and we're going to look for nav. Nav is the one that we want. And if you can't find it here, you can also search or use the search box at the top, which I normally use, by the way. And we are going to search for navbar. We're going to hit the first one that it shows, and we want to look for a great nav that we can use. So I'm just going to scroll down until I can find something that's going to work for what we are trying to do here. And you know what? I'm going to use the very first or the second one. Honestly, scrolling through all of this, I like this one right here. It is very simplistic. It's very straightforward. So what I want to do is I want to copy this code to my clipboard. So I'm going to hit the little copy there, and we're going to navigate back to our Visual Studio, and we're going to drop that into our index.html. So what we have here is we have the body tags. I'm going to get rid of all this because we're not going to use that. We're going to get rid of that, and we're going to drop in what we just copied. So let me just quickly go through what we copied. So we essentially opened up nav tags, and we are using classes navbar, and we are using navbar expand LG. So what does that mean? What does navbar expand LG means? So navbar expand LG means that the actual breakpoint from mobile menu to desktop menu is going to happen on the LG breakpoint. So if you don't know what LG breakpoint is, let's quickly quickly navigate back to documentation, and we're going to type in breakpoints just so I can show you what I mean. So when you navigate to the breakpoints, it's going to show you exactly at what pixels, what dimensions, what width is going to do what. So if you are going to use LG, that means that at exactly 992 pixels, so if the screen or if the browser size is 992, it's actually going to switch. And as we go through this project, we are going to use breakpoints a lot, and I will explain more, or I will try to explain more as we go through the process. So going back to Visual Studio, we are using navbar expand LG, so it means that at 992, it will move from mobile menu to our desktop menu. Perfect. So the next part, it says BG body tertiary, which in our case, we're not going to use that because we are going to have a transparent background. If we go back to our Figma, just real quick, we can see that there is no background color for this navigation. So we are going to use BG transparent when we are declaring our navigation. So I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to type in BG transparent. All right, so the next div, it says container fluid. So you get two types of containers. You get container and container fluid. In the design video that I have, I explain it in detail. Check the description below. I go through exactly what's the difference between container and container fluid. But in this case, if we go back to our design, we can see that our navigation sticks within the container. So yes, the navigation stretch from left to right, but it is inside of the actual container constraint. So we definitely going to use container instead of container fluid. So let's navigate back to Visual Studio. We're going to change container fluid to container. And next we have navbar brand. So navbar brand is physically referring to the logo. So in our case, we are going to change this to an IMG. We're going to add the logo that we have for this yoga fitness website. So I'm going to type in IMG and we're going to say SRC. Now, what we need to do is export the logo from our Figma file. And what we want to do, and we want to do this correctly, because if you don't do this correctly, you are going to end up with either a pixelated or bloated logo or icon or whatever you want to call it. So I'm going to zoom in and we're going to click on our actual group. I'm just going to make the group or the layers a little bit bigger. There we go. That's a little bit bigger. That's perfect. So I want to select the primary logo as it is right here. And one thing I like to do before I export anything, especially when it comes to text, especially if I want to export it as an SVG, we want to make sure that we flatten the text. Otherwise, you are going to end up with some complications, specifically with the text itself. So what we're going to do, first off, we need to detach this from the specific asset or variable instance. So I'm going to right click on it and we're going to say detach instance. I want to select Great Fitness and we are going to outline stroke. So when you outline stroke, you're going to notice that it's changing it to a bunch of vectors. That's what we want because we're exporting this as an SVG. I'm going to do the same for Yoga Studio and we're going to select outline stroke. Okay, perfect. So now it is a bunch of vectors. It's a bunch of objects, which is perfect. Now we are going to select primary logo and we're going to export this. So I'm going to hit export. I'm going to select SVG. We're going to export it. Now you won't see the export box, by the way, and we're going to go back to Visual Studio and we would need to add that into the actual Visual Studio file, and we're going to add it in the IMG folder within SRC. So I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. So if you want to follow me and do it as well, and I've just done it right there. When you import an SVG into Visual Studio Code, it will normally open up the actual SVG code. Why are we using SVG? Well, SVG is way smaller than PNG and JPEG, but not just that, it is also super crisp and super clear because it's physically code, right? It's physically code that you're using. One thing that you are going to notice is nothing is going to happen, because at the end of the day, we need the image to actually move to our dist folder. To do that, we need to modify our Gulp and add a task to be able to handle SVG files. Let's open up the Gulp file MJS, and there's a few things that I've noticed. I quickly scanned through this and I've noticed that we need to add one or two things. But first off, I want to add a task specifically for SVG. So I'm going to copy any task, and it doesn't need to be a specific task. You can copy any task. And we just going to change the comment. I'm just going to say SVG conversion, and I am going to rename the task. I'm just going to call it SVG, and we want to change these file extensions to go and look for .svg. Perfect. I'm going to hit save, and down here in my watch task, I'm just going to duplicate the last one. We're going to change that PNG to SVG, and the same here, we're just going to refer it back to the task that we just created. I'm going to hit save. Next, I'm going to go to wherever my terminal is, where I have the node running, the npm start. I'm going to terminate that by hitting Control-C and just stopping everything. One thing I noticed, and what I do want to add, is the actual WebP quality. I have mentioned it earlier in the video. When you convert any type of image, whether it be PNG or JPEG, you need to set what is the actual quality. I am going to look for WebP. I'm just going to search for the first WebP, and we are going to add within the task itself, underneath the return above the pipe, I'm going to add another pipe, and we're just going to say WebP, and the quality that I'm going to go for, and we can play around with this, by the way, the quality I'm going to go for is 98. We can play around with it. If the image size is too large, we need to go and modify this, but I always start with 98 and see how that goes. We need to do the same for the PNG as well, so I'm just going to paste that in there as well. And now that we've done this, I'm going to hit save, and going back to my terminal, I am going to hit the up button, and I'm going to run npm start. Let's give that a sec so it can do its thing, and that normally takes a second or two for it to get up and running. All right, so now it's up and running. We can see that it has built successfully. Everything has compiled successfully. Now we need this IMG to be able to move itself over to the distribution. Now, one quick way to do this is you can open up the SVG and maybe just give it a space and just hit save. So what I did, give it space, give it a little backspace, and hit save again. You'll notice that it moved everything for us to the distribution. So when I open up the IMG under the dist folder, we can see that the primary logo is there. Okay, perfect. Now, when we add this to our HTML, we are going to assume that we are working from the dist. We are just going to type in IMG, and we are going to say primary logo, and you'll see that Visual Studio Code already shows that to us, which is super awesome to see. So I'm going to click that, or going to press enter, and we're going to hit save. I just want to make sure that everything is working the way it is, and yeah, our server is still up and running, which is really good. So let's head over to the browser and let's have a look. Let's see if it actually did what we want it to do. So I'm going to navigate to our website. We're going to hit refresh, and it is broken for some reason. So we need to figure out why this is, and it's most likely a Flask issue that we need to go and fix. I just figured out why this is not working, and the reason it's not working is because we are using Docker container and Flask in conjunction with each other, and for it to work properly, we need to do something similar as what we did with our script here at the top with the bundle.js. So I am going to take this and we're going to copy, and it is specifically to do with where the static file is located within the Flask server. So with that, I'm going to paste it where the image src is, and we're going to take this IMG primary logo that we added previously. I'm going to cut that. I'm going to put that in there, hit save, and we're going to navigate over to the browser, and you're going to notice that it is working the way it should be. So perfect, that is working. And we can also see that our navigation is now added, but we need to add the navigation, or we need to change the navigation so that the text is centered in the middle and not centered or not left aligned for that matter. So to do that, we are going to make a few changes to our code. And the first thing I normally like to do is a look at the actual navbar collapse. So the navbar collapse is where the meat is. That's where everything is. That's where everything resides. So we are going to modify this a little bit so that we can get what we want. Now, there are multiple different ways of doing this, and some people would say that, this is the correct way or that is the correct way. But to be honest, you need to go whatever works best for you, whatever works best for your project or the current website that you're working on. But in this instance, we are going to do it as follows. So we have our navigation here. We have navbar nav, and within that, we have home features, pricing, and disable. And when we go back, you can see that it's right there, home features, pricing, and a button that's disabled. So we need to first off get this menu to be in the center, and we need to add a button on the right hand side. So when I go back to the design and I zoom out a little bit, you're going to notice that the menu navigation is here in the middle, and we have that shop now button on the right hand side. So to do that, we're going to go back to the code here, and we're going to start by copying our link right here, and we're going to paste it outside of the nav bar nav. Now again, this is just one way of doing it. There's multiple ways of doing it, but once I've done that, I'm just going to say, and I'm just going to change this text to shop now. All right, so with that done, we are going to go to nav bar nav, and we're going to type in MX Auto. Just gonna hit save and let's see how that works. So you can see I added an MX Auto, and M is for margin, X is for on the X-axis, and auto means that it will automatically push the content to the most furthest side that it can possible. And because it's in the container, it will stay in the container, which is perfect. So now we essentially have the logo on the left-hand side, we have the menu items in the center, and we have shop now on the right-hand side. So later on throughout this video, we will look at the mobile first. Now I know that there is, when it comes to Bootstrap, they always say that, you gotta code mobile first. I kind of do both. I look at desktop first and then I look at mobile. I want to get everything done prior to jumping into mobile. So that's definitely what we're going to do. All right, so navigating back, we have our logo on the left, we have our menu in the middle, and we have the button on the right. So let's go and start changing these menu items to what it needs to be. So we have home, services, and our facility. So let's do that first. Let's start with home. So we have home here. Our services is the next one. And I'm just going to type in our services. Perfect. I think the next one, honestly, I can't remember, but it's our facility. So I just always double click and I copy, makes life so much easier. Just going to clean everything up nicely. We're going to hit save and we're going to navigate back and we are going to refresh and boom, we have the base up and running. So we have home, services, our facility, about, and contact us. Now I want to work on that actual button. So looking at the link that we added here, I'm going to get rid of that disabled. We want to get rid of that. All right, so with that all done, we're going to take this shop now and we're going to add a couple of classes in here. So first off, I want that to be a button and I want it to be button primary. So let's start there. Let's see how that looks like. Navigating back, we're going to hit refresh and absolutely nothing happens. So we got to figure out why that is. So I think one of the key things is that some of the button is kind of working. So this is part of development, by the way. Part of development is always trying to figure out why certain things are not working the way it's supposed to. So I'm going to navigate back and let's have a look. I think it is perhaps the nav link that's causing it. So I'm going to get rid of the nav link because we're not in the nav bar nav anymore. We're going to get rid of that and we are going to hit refresh and there we go. We have the base button up and running, which is a good sign. Next, I want to start adding the actual icon. Now, just a little side note, we will start messing about with the actual variables of the buttons here after we have the base up and running for our navigation. That's why I'm not really worried about the actual padding of the button itself or the size of the font size or even the weight of the font for that matter. And the same goes for the actual navigation. At this point, the navigation is quite small. It's not exactly what it's supposed to be. You can see that our navigation here might be a little thicker. It's got a medium font size where over here it's super thin, but we will change that once we have this little icon in there. So let's go back. I want to take this icon and we want to make sure it's a vector at the bottom. And I'm just going to change the name for it. I'm just going to say basket and we are going to export it as an SVG. Perfect. So basket SVG is added into our IMG and you'll notice that our Gulp task runner has automatically took our basket.svg and moved it over to the distribution, which is perfect. That's exactly what we want. Now navigating back, we are going to grab this guy right here. We're just going to copy that because we're going to use that and we are going to add an IMG within this. I am going to literally copy this whole IMG and not just the link itself. It's going to make life a little easier there. And we're going to change this. We're going to change that to basket. Now, one thing that we haven't done yet, which is super crucial, is we need to add alt text for our images. That is super crucial. And the second thing that is also crucial, and this comes down to that entire developing a website for lean performance, is we need to add the width and height. that is something that Lighthouse takes a look at when you develop a website. It always wants you to define the width and height. It doesn't want to do it itself. So we're going to quickly do that. We are going to go back to the actual logo and we're going to add the width and height here real quick. So the width and height, when I click on everything, it says 199.44 and 31. So I'm going to round that off and go for 199 and 39. So going back to Visual Studio, we're going to add a width there, and that's going to be 199, and we're just going to add px. And we're going to give it a height, and it is, as far as I know, it is 39. So we're going to say 39 and finish it off with a PX. Always make sure that you have the PX there as well. Last but not least, we want to add an alt text. So I'm just going to say yoga fitness website logo. Now, when you develop a website to be SEO efficient, and ranking is an important part of it, you want to do the research first before start adding the alt text, but you never want to forget to add the alt text. And that's one thing that a lot of developers do. They forget to add the alt text to images. So when it comes to the actual ranking of the website, it's not doing that great. Always make sure that you do that, and always make sure you add the width and height. So we're going to do the same for basket as well. I'm also going to add a width and height. So I'm going to go back to Figma, and I just want to see what is the width and height. So the width and height here is basically 14. So we're going to stick with 14. And there's a little trick that you can do as well, is when you're in a situation like that where you have the height at a 0.4 or 0.55 in this case variable, then you can also use 100% on the actual height as well, and that will ensure that whatever image you are using is actually going to be perfect. So the aspect ratio would be perfect, so it won't skew or it won't distort or anything like that. Also, I'm going to add an alt text here, and I'm just going to say shopping basket for yoga studio. Now, again, this isn't the 100% way of creating alt text. I will definitely drop a video at some point where I explain exactly how to properly populate alt text so that it works for accessibility purposes, but it also works for search engine optimization. But the key thing here is to always make sure that you remember to add width and height and alt text, because if you don't, and we get to the point where we take Lighthouse and do a performance test on the website, you're going to notice that, hey, I am losing a lot of points because I didn't add width and height and I didn't add alt. Okay, so now that we've done that, we're going to hit save here, and we are going to refresh and see what's going on. All right, so I can see that I have my icon there, but notice that it's not that great. Like if I zoom in and have a look at this, that is not great. I can see that the shop now and the actual icon is not right in the center, which is pretty normal to see. And there's a few ways of fixing that. So going back to Visual Studio, one thing I like to do, I never want text to just dangle in an actual div or in anything for that matter. So I'm just gonna open that up, and we are going to add span to this. Now, a quick thing with Visual Studio is you can literally just type it out and hit tab and it will automatically create the tags for you. I'm just going to paste shop now in there. Next, I want to add a deflex. So I want to change this button into a deflex, and I want to say align items center. I just want to make sure that I spelled that correctly. That looks good. And we can add justify content center. Again, what I'm using here is deflex. So if you go to the Bootstrap website, and I'll probably drop a video at some point also explaining flex a little bit more, but when we go to actual flex and using flex behavior, you'll notice that the cheat sheet is right here. So if you want something to center, you're always going to use justify content center. That is if it's a deflex and a flex row and a flex column, as well as align items. And this is what we just used here. We used align item center because when you look at this, for example, you can see that this items in here, these flex items are right in the center on the vertical axis, and that's exactly what we're trying to do here. Now, when I hit refresh, you're going to see that the icon is nicely in the center of the actual text itself, but we still need to add a little bit of spacing between the actual icon and shop now. That is way too tight as it is right there. So I'm just going to zoom out and let's navigate back to Visual Studio, and we're going to add a gap in here. So I'm going to start with perhaps gap 2 and see how that goes. Again, look at the documentation, look at how gaps work. Gaps are super powerful and it's super great to use for situations like this. So I'm going to hit refresh and we're going to see that we have a great little gap there. Now, before I actually continue fine-tuning this button, I want to work on the actual width and height variables of the button itself to make sure that it is 100%. So I'm going to navigate back, and we just want to see that when we look at the two, so when I look at this button right here and I look at this right right here, the actual padding around the items within the button is not 100%. So let's go and change that. So to do that, we need to modify the actual variables. So let's work from the actual documentation this time and not use the underscore variables folder. We can use the actual button page on Bootstrap itself. So I'm going to scroll down right to the bottom until we can get to the SCSS variables. And as I'm zooming in here, you can see that we have button padding Y and button padding X. Another thing that you're going to notice is that it is attached to input button padding Y and input button padding X. Now, this is where things get a little tricky, or just a situation where you need to think about it before you make any changes, because if you are going to modify button padding X and button padding Y and change it from input button padding X and input button padding Y, then when you get to the point where you are modifying or working with your forms, you might have inconsistencies with the buttons itself. So in our case, we are not going to actually modify button padding X and button padding Y, but we are going to modify input button padding X and input button padding Y. So I'm not 100% sure how we can get to that on the Bootstrap website itself, but I am going to open up the variables folder. So we are going to go to our node modules and we're going to look for Bootstrap, which is sometimes super cumbersome, and we're just going to scroll down. I've got it right here. Open up SCSS and we're going to look for variables. You can also search it at the top. All right, so once we have this open and we navigate back to the browser here, I just want to copy this guy right here, and we are going to go back to our variables folder and we're going to search for it real quick. In the variables folder, I'm going to hit Control F and we're going to search for that, and we can see here that we have 0.375 rem. And we also have 0.75 rem. So I'm going to take both of these and we're going to copy it, and we're going to go back to our actual custom variables. And at the bottom here, we're going to open up new comments, and we're just going to say button settings, or you can also say form/button settings. And we're going to drop that in there. Get rid of the default as per usual. Always, again, get rid of the default. And we just want to get rid of the spacing as well. It's sometimes super annoying, but it is what it is. Okay, now that we have this, we need to look at what is the actual spacing on our design itself. So I'm going to go back to the design, and we are going to have a peek at this. One thing you can do is open up development or the dev mode. And when you open up the dev mode and you hover over certain things, it will show you exactly what is the actual spacing. And it looks like it's showing it in rem, which is super cool. This is, by the way, a brand new feature of Figma, which I freaking love. This is super awesome because this saves so much time. Back in the day, we had to use, and I'm going to say back in the day, like a month ago, back in the day, we had to use actual rem converters, and you had to go to a different website and you had to go grab it and you had to convert it. But now it's just right here. So what we can see on the x-axis is 1 rem, and on the y-axis, it's 0.62. So that's what we got to need to change. So x-axis 1 rem. So let's navigate back to Visual Studio there, and we are going to change it and go back to my variables here because I am custom vars right there. And the x-axis, we need to change this to 1 rem. And the other one is, I think it was 6.2. So I want to change that to 6.2. All right, so we're going to hit save, and we're going to go to our node here at the bottom, make sure that everything is compiling. Yeah, everything compiled successfully, which is good. And I'm going to hit refresh, and you'll notice that the button kind of increased a little bit, which is good. That's exactly what we want. Next, we need to check the spacing between the actual icon and shop now. So the spacing we have right now is gap 2. We want to make sure that it is consistent. So gap 2, what we have here is 0.62. So 0.62, 0.62, and 0.62. So we need to go figure out what is the spacing. Now, to be honest, I am just going to shoot it by eye, make sure that it's 100%. So let's maybe look at gap 3 and see how that might look like. I want to navigate back to Visual Studio Code, and we want to go back to the index there, and we want to change this to gap 3. All right, so I just hit save, and we are going to refresh it, and let's have a look at that. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I think it's not 100% there yet, but it is super, super close. when I look at this button, you can see the spacing it just looks a little better. I feel like the spacing is too much. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go back to gap 2 and we're going to stick with gap 2. So when I go back here, we're going to change that to gap 2. And again, this is part of design. This is part of development. It's constant back and forth until you get something that really looks good. All right. So another thing that I want to change is the actual font thickness or the font weight of our buttons itself. So going back to the variables, I want to search for button, and again you can also either do it here or you can do it on the Bootstrap documentation. I'm just so used to doing it over years, so I've been doing it for years this way, so I just you memorize this variable folder, you actually memorize that in your sleep. So I've kind of get used to where everything is. So I have button btn font weight here, and we can see that it's font weight normal. So I want to copy this, and we are going to go and put it in our custom var folder. Now we got to figure out what is the actual weight that we have available for this project itself. So let's type in weight. I am going to scroll up here because on the right hand side you can see these little orange dots or little lines. That's where it's all located. So I want to start right at the top, and here we can see we have lighter, light, and so it kind of goes on. And when we look at medium, it's 500. So we want to use font weight medium. So I'm going to take this and we're going to copy this and we're going to add it to our actual variables. I just want to close right here by adding semicolon. Now, one thing I noticed is it doesn't know what we're talking about. So it's saying that it doesn't recognize what font weight medium is, which is pretty normal because the variables folder is below our custom var. So we just need to define this. So what I normally do is I take this, I'll copy it, put it in our declaration. And sometimes when a project gets super big, by the way, I would add a custom file, a custom CSS file where I pre-declare everything pre-hand. But because this is going to be a very basic project, we're not going to do it that way. But what I want to do now is I just want to add it right here, and we're just going to say font declaration. I'm just going to hit save, and that should fix our problem. So we're going to give it a second here and it will fix everything. There we go. Everything is minimized. So when we go back to our website and we hit refresh, you're going to see that the font weight is kind of where we want it right now. So this looks pretty good. We're getting there for sure. All right. So before we fix that little gap, I want to look at this navigation right here. And what I want to do is go to Figma, and we want to see what kind of weight we have been using here. So the font size of 1 rem, which is good. Font weight 500. So we got to do the same for that as well. So we got to set it to medium. When I zoom out here and I go to the actual home, we just want to see what that is all about. So that is 600. And the spacing between these are 2.81. So we also got to set that and make sure that's 100%. So let's start off with the medium. So I'm going to go back to Visual Studio Code, and we want to make sure that we set the medium on the actual navigation as well. Now there's two ways of doing it. One way is you can do it through the index.html. So you can physically add FW medium or FW semi bold over here, but I am going to do it through the actual variables. So in the variables, we're just going to search for nav. We're going to see nav link. I'm just going to scroll down and see what we have. Nav link, nav tabs, nav bar, so nav bar X, Y, and we have nav bar light, nav bar dark. We're not using nav bar light, nav bar dark in this situation because we don't really need it for the specific project that we are doing. So I'm scrolling up. I want to take the actual nav link section. I want to modify this. So let's start off by looking for the actual weight. So we have it right here, font weight, and by default is set to nil. So we're going to take this and we're going to copy it. We're going to go to our custom bars. We're going to drop it in here. And again, we're going to take this font weight normal and we're going to paste it in there as well. And we're going to add a little semicolon, hit save. We're just going to wait for this thing to compile, which it just did. Going to our actual browser and we hit refresh, we can see that, hey, that looks pretty good. Now the next step is to add that spacing that we need to add. So going back to Figma, we just want to see that spacing. That spacing is 2.81. So we want to go and make sure that the spacing over here is also going to be 2.81. Going back to variables, we want to go to underscore variables, and I just quickly want to switch my screen, and there we go. Going back to variables, we just want to change that. So there's a couple of things that you got to keep in mind here. You have navbar link padding X and navbar link padding Y, but when you scroll down, you're also going to notice that you have nav bar nav link padding X, and that's the one that we want to change. This is the padding of each link, where this is the padding between everything. And sometimes, you know, when I develop, I do forget to select this one and I select the other one, and sometimes that takes forever to figure that out, but that is part of experience. So I'm going to copy that. I'm going to drop that in. And one thing I noticed though is we've been dropping everything in with form button settings. So I just want to add a little comment here, and I'm just going to say nav settings, perfect. And we are going to add this, and just going back to Figma just to confirm, we want to add 2.81, perfect. So going back to Visual Studio Code, we are going to add in 2.81 rem. We're going to hit save, and we're going to give it a second just to compile again, and we're going to navigate back to our browser. We're going to hit refresh, and let's see what happens. Oh, that is way too much. So there's definitely a inconsistency, and I know what it is. It's the spacing of your nav, and I'm just going to go back to the variables here. So what's happening here is this nav bar padding, which is the padding between each item, and this nav padding is conflicting with each other. So essentially what you're getting is 1 plus 2.8. So we're ending up with 3. So what we need to do is go back to our custom var, and we're just going to change this to 1. So subtracting that, and we're going to wait for this thing to compile. And once it's compiled, we can navigate back to the browser. We can hit refresh, and that looks exactly what we want. A lot of times you gotta just look at it and you gotta change or modify based on how you feel. I know that sounds super weird, but I feel like we need to decrease this just a little bit, because when I look at the actual design and I look at the actual browser, I feel like we need to probably decrease that just a tiny bit. So let's go ahead and do that. Going back to our Visual Studio Code, we are just going to change this. I think I'm going to go with 1.5, and I'm just not 1.2, 1.5, and we're going to hit save, and let's see how that looks like. Now I am going to wait for it to compile, and yeah, that looks good. I like that. Looks pretty good. All right, so now that we have the base navigation up and running, we need to add some icons so that the user knows that there would be some great content below. Later on in this video, I'm not going to do it right now, but later on in this video, we're also going to style in the drop-down menu, so make sure that you stay tuned. And if you are watching one of the videos that's only focusing on the actual navigation, make sure to check out the full video. And by the way, while you're still at it, make sure to hit that like and subscribe button. I would truly appreciate it. All right, so let's go ahead and add the icons. So we're going to do it with SVG icons. Again, when this is an actual website that I'm developing for a client, I would normally use Font Awesome, but for simplicity purposes, we'll use the SVG. In Figma itself, I am going to select the icon here and make sure that you're in dev mode, because it makes life so much easier. I'm going to export it, and we're going to change it to SPG. But before I export it, I am just going to check the name of this icon. Arrow down. Yeah, that's pretty good. Naming convention looks good. So I'm just going to hit export, and we're going to export this. All right. So now that we've exported that, we got to add it obviously into our project itself. I'm just going to scroll up to this node modules. Oh man, that's so many of them. So I'm just going to minimize that for a second there, and we are going to drag in the IMG. There we go. I just dragged it in, and as you've noticed, as we drag it in, it automatically puts it in our distribution, which is perfect. I'm going to close it down here, and we are going to copy this image right here by saving a lot of time by doing that. And we are going to go to services, and I'm just going to open this up, add that in there, and we're just going to change the basket. We need to change that to arrow down, or whatever you called yours. Next, I want to take services, I want to cut it, and I want to put it in its own span. So I'm just going to type in span, and we're going to drop that in there. When we do that, we just want to do the same as what we did here. So we want to take the deflex, align center, and gap 2, and we want to add it in there as well. Now that we've done that, a few things that we need to do, the width and height. I just want to go back to Figma and just make sure that the width and height of this object is what we want it to be. So it's 14 by 14, perfect. So that's exactly what we want. And then the last thing is just the alt text. So we just want to make sure that we change the alt text to something like arrow down for services, something like that, super basic. All right, so now that we've done that, we can go back to the actual browser. We can hit refresh and see what we have. So that looks okay. It looks a little That looks a little small to me. And it also looks like it's not properly centered. So what we need to do is we just got to fine tune this a little bit. But before we do that, I just want to add the arrow to our facility as well so that the user knows that we have a physical drop down here. Now, one thing I want to add, and probably going to get comments in the YouTube video for sure, is yes, I know that when you add a drop down item, it will automatically add the arrow for you, but I'm trying to focus on simplicity here. And when we add the actual drop down, we will change this actual drop down icon and we will modify it via the variables. But for now, I'm just going to drop it in here. And I normally do that just so that when I showcase to the client, when I'm halfway through development, they kind of know what I'm doing. So I am going to do the same for our service as well. So I'm going to copy this whole thing and we're just going to drop it in here. Perfect. And I'm just going to take our facility, cut it, and we're going to put it in there and we're going to hit save, go back to the browser. I think I didn't hit save. Yeah, I did not. All right. We're going to hit refresh and I have a little S that ended up being there. So we just got to get rid of that. Hit save, go back to the browser. Hey, welcome to being a developer. This happens a lot. This kind of stuff is constantly something that happens. All right. So now we have the base navigation up and running. So next up, the slider. Right, so in this part, we are going to focus on adding this beautiful slide that we have here. Now, again, if you haven't seen the previous video, I've created a full video where we are physically designing this entire design from start to finish. So make sure in the description below to check that out. I also have a Figma community link where you can go and fork or duplicate this, as well as we also have a GitHub repository link below where you can fork this and do whatever you want with this project. Now, one thing I want to add is we are going to work between prototype 1, prototype 3, and prototype 2 to put together this beautiful looking front end website. Now, first things first, we are going to use this background image. So what I'm going to do is we're going to make sure in Figma that we are in the dev environment or dev mode to make sure that that is activated. We are going to click on this group and we are going to export it. So we're going to export it in JPEG. And as we're exporting it, I also just want to add that the actual size that we are exporting for this image is about 500 kilobytes. So you're going to see now, as we move back to Visual Studio Code, we are going to drop in our image at the SRC and we're going to see Gulp do its task magic to convert this JPEG into WebP. So first thing I'm going to do is that image that I just exported, we're going to drop that into our actual SRC IMG. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. So we can just drop it in there. And as you drop it in, you're going to notice that it automatically creates the WebP for us. It's showing us the SRC IMG, so I'm going to close that down and we're going to open up your slide and we're going to see, hey, that is WebP, perfect. So one thing I want to add, that 500 kilobytes is a lot, especially if you want to create a high performance lean website. And at this stage, we have dropped it into the IMG and it converted it to WebP, and the actual total file size of WebP is about 100 kilobytes, which is not optimal yet. 100 is still a lot. We still want that to be lower than that. But for now, we're just going to keep it as is. All right, so now that we have our background image, we're going to start by creating our section. But before we do that, there's one little small change I want to do. One thing that is going to save us a lot of time. At this stage, we've constantly used URL4, and with Python and with Flask and all that good stuff, we have to do it this way. But we can go and modify our app.py file. And when we go back to our app.py file, I want to add something to the app Flask. And what I want to add, and I'm just going to add a comma there. What I want to add is static URL path and just keep it empty. And we're going to hit save, and you're going to notice when we go to our doc here, it did go and adapt that. That allows us, when we go back to HTML, that allows us to get rid of all of this. And this is especially going to be important when we work with background images. Now, one thing I want to do real quick is we want to get rid of all this. So I'm just going to get rid of that. I'm just going to clean it up here real quick. And we're going to do the same for this one as well. Just want to clean it up. And once we've done that, we just want to test it and make sure that it is working properly. So I just want to get rid of this one as well. Right at the top as well, I want to get rid of this one. So this is the actual primary logo of our company or our yoga fitness. So I want to hit save, and we're going to navigate back to our browser, and we're just going to check and make sure that everything is working the way it's supposed to. So I'm going to hit refresh, and you can see everything is working. So good. That is perfect. Now that we've done that, we can navigate back to our Visual Studio Code, and we are going to start by adding or minimizing our nav first, and we're going to add a section. So note that I'm typing in just section and hitting the tab, and then I'm going to add a class. I'm going to add P5, and next I want to actually add the background image. Now there's two ways of doing it. You can either create a custom class, but I find that custom classes, especially if a project kind of grows bigger and bigger, custom classes with adding specifically background images can be cumbersome. So what I normally do, and I know a lot of people don't like doing this, trust me, I personally don't like doing it as well, but adding an inline style, but just for the background image itself. So I'm going to type in style, and we're going to say background image. We're going to say URL, and we are going to say /img/ not dot / and we're going to say euro slide.webp. Perfect. So when we hit save here and we navigate back to our browser and we hit refresh, we hopefully see something. Yeah, perfect. We see something because we added that padding 5. So we used the actual spacing system of Bootstrap by using 5, and we used P for padding. Now, if you want to know a little bit more about this, make sure to check out the full design video that I created, because in that video, I explain exactly what is P5, what would be P4 or M5 or M4 or anything like that. But coming back to this, one thing I do want to add is a custom class. So I already went and created a custom class, and what I did is navigating to your custom underscore class, we are going to open up or create body tags, and we're going to add a slider section. I'm using the word section just to refer to the actual section, of course, but you can add your own class names, whatever works best for you. But for me, slide section works. I'm going to go back to HTML. In the class, I'm just going to drop it in there, and I'm going to hit save. And essentially what we did is background image no repeat, because when you look at this, you can see that it is repeating there. So when I hit refresh, that should be gone now. So we can see that it's not repeating itself, but we're not 100% there yet. So one thing we need to go and change, and I'm just going to go back to Visual Studio Code here. And one thing we want to add here is background size, and we want to add cover. So we want to hit save there, go back to the browser, hit refresh, and everything should be working the way it should be. Now, normally it takes a second or two for the actual file to compile. So when we hit refresh, we can see, hey, it is doing what we want it to do. All right, so next we need to add the content that is within. So when we navigate back to Visual Studio, we are going to go to index.html, and we're going to open up these tags. And the first thing we want to do is we want to add a div. And with that, we want to add a class, and I want to start with a container because I want everything to be within the container. If you want to close any kind of open or empty lines, you can hit Control Shift and K. And I like to make sure that everything is nice and clean, especially when a project starts getting big. Next, I want to add another div, and to add a div, we just type in div and hit tab. I'm going to add a class. We're going to say row, and within this, we're going to add another div, and we are going to add a call MD12. Now we've essentially opened up a row, and we said call MD12. Note that I'm using the breakpoint MD. By default, that's kind of how you want to do it. Now, the next thing we're going to do once we've opened up our column is we're going to add H1. Now, remember, a page in general, when you look at SEO, should only have one H1 and not more than one. So we are going to add the H1 over here. And now that I've added the H1, I'm just going to paste the actual text. So I went back to Figma and I copied the actual text, which is yoga first, fitness always. Going back to Visual Studio Code, we are going to add this in the H1 that we just did. So I'm just going to clean this up a little bit. I'm just going to make sure that everything is on one line. But one thing I want to do though, because what's going to happen is this is all going to be on one line. So when we hit save and we go back to the browser and we hit refresh, you're going to see everything is one line, but we need two lines. Now, one way to do this, the best way to do this is actually add a span for fitness always. So I am right in front of it. I'm going to type in span, and we're going to take this fitness always and we're going to cut it and we're going to put it inside of the span. The reason I'm doing that and the reason why we're not using BR is because when it comes to mobile and tablet, that's definitely going to screw things up. So a better way to do this is to use span. We're going to add a class and we're just going to say dblock. But for now, we are going to just call it dblock. We're not going to add any breakpoints to it. And once that's done, I'm going to hit save, go back, and we're going to refresh, and you're going to see that it is on 2 lines. Now, the next thing I want to do is we need to add the actual font size. So the font size that we have here is 4 rem. So we need to go check out what font size can we actually do. So to do that, we can go back to Visual Studio Code, and we are going to open up our variables folder again. And yeah, I know this takes a long time because there's so many packages and node modules. It drives me crazy sometimes that there are so many of them. Now I got to look for them. I've got to look for them. I got to look, and I'm not seeing it yet. Hopefully you see it. I don't see it. And I'm just going to scroll down a little bit more. No, it's not there. And perfect, there it is. All right, we're going to open up our SCSS and we're going to open up variables. And now we are going to search. I'm actually going to search for display 1. I want to see what the actual size is for display 1. And what we can see here is display font sizes. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, blah, blah, blah. Going back to Figma, I just want to make sure we are looking for 4 rem. So when we look at these, the closest is probably display 3, which is perfect. That's what we want. So we go back to this and we're going to add a class to this h1 and we're going to say display 3. Perfect. Hit save. Now navigating back to the browser and we hit refresh, we should be closer. Okay, that looks on a font size level, that looks pretty good, but obviously the actual font and the actual thickness is not there yet. So the next step here is to add the font stack. Now there's many ways to do that. One thing that you want to make sure that it has a swap feature. Let me explain what I mean. So I'm going to go to Google Fonts. I'm going to open up Google Fonts, navigate back to Figma, and we are looking for Doka. That's exactly what we are looking for. So going back to the browser and going back to Google Fonts, we are going to search for Doka. Perfect. So it's right here at the top. We're going to click on it and you're going to see that we have a bunch of options here. Now, again, because we are developing a super lean site, we don't want to include all of them. Trust me, you don't want to do that. We just want to include a very specific one. I just want to double check. So going back to Figma, we are using 500. So we want to make sure that we are including 500 and 500 only. So we want medium 500. We're going to select the medium font, and on the right hand side it is going to show you everything. Now if you've used Google Font previously, it will remember it and it will add it to your actual import as well. So I just want to get rid of this font so that we only have medium 500, and you never want to do add import. By the way, when you do add import, it will bloat your website. It will trigger Google Lighthouse or speed tests or anything like that. It will trigger it and say that your website is much slower than what it actually is. So with that said, we're going to do the link. We're going to hit copy and we're going to go back to our actual Visual Studio Code and we're going to drop that into our script. So you can add it right here at the top, and I'm just going to paste it. Just going to clean this up a little bit. All right. So one thing that we want to make sure here, one thing that you want to note is that display swap. That's super important because that's part of making sure that everything renders and does not slow down the actual performance of the website. So with that done, we're going to hit save, and I guarantee you we're not really going to see anything right now, but let's play around. Let's just double check. I'm going to go back and we're going to hit refresh. And as you see, nothing has changed. But when we go and inspect element, we would be able to see that there's no errors. And when I open up the head, you'll see that it's right there. So it is pulling in, but it is not doing anything at this stage. So let's go ahead and go back to variables, and we are going to define the font only for this specific H1, because when we look at the design, we are only using this actual font on, it looks like we're only using it here, and it looks like we're using it on the headings, so the H2s as well. But we're not doing that for the rest of the headings. So we just want to change our H1 and our H2 to reflect that of Redoka. So going back to Visual Studio Code, we're going to go and change that by going to the variables folder. And by the way, we're doing this specifically. Why? Because we're trying to develop a lean site. So let's go to headings and let's see what we can do here. And let's see if there is a possibility to only change the font of the heading 1 and heading 2. It looks like we do not have that ability to do that. And this is the cases where we will use custom class to achieve our end goal here. So I'm going to go to custom class and we're just going to give us a little bit of space here. I'm going to add a comment and just say heading settings, and we're going to say h1 comma h2. We're going to open that up and we're going to say font family. And now we're going to navigate back to Google Fonts just to make sure that we are including the correct font family name. So when you go here, it will tell you font family Fredoka sans serif. So the sans serif at the end is kind of a fallback. If Fredoka is not loading properly, it will fall back to sans serif, which will then fall back to Bootstrap as well. So that's exactly what we want. We're going to go back to Visual Studio and we're going to add that in. So I'm just going to replace this and we're going to hit save, and we're going to make sure that going back to the node here, I'm just going to make sure that everything is compiling the way it should be. And then with that all said, I'm sorry, I'm trying to talk super fast here. With that all said, we're going to go to the browser, we're going to hit refresh, and boom, there we go. There is our font pulling in the way that it's supposed to. And I like that because we don't even need to define the actual weight of this font. It's pulling in exactly what we want. All right, now that we've done that, we need to go back to the design and let's just zoom in here. We're just going to take this text. This is the next thing we need. So I'm going to highlight all of it. We're just going to hit copy. You can also copy it from here, which is great. And by the way, this is new. This is all new. This is a new feature, which I really like. Going back to Visual Studio Code, we are going to add that into our index.html. So going back to the index.html, we are going to add a p tag. So I'm just going to press P and we're going to drop that in. Now, I like to just add a little space here just so I can see what exactly is going on here. I'm very particular when it comes to my coding. I love it to be super neat. I'm going to hit save and we're going to go back to the browser and just have a quick look at how this looks like. And I just want to hit refresh and we can see that, okay, it's getting there. It's looking like something, but it's not what we want. We want to make sure that the font is cutting off right here. So there's multiple ways of doing this. One easy and quick way to do this is if we go back and we change this MD12 and we just add, we not change it, we actually add call LG, and we're going to add, let's start with 4. Now, what happens here is on a medium-sized breakpoint, and anything that's smaller than medium size is going to stay with call 12. Anything larger than LG, it's going to change to 4. So let's see how that looks like. So I'm going to go back to the browser. We're going to hit refresh. And yeah, 4 is a little too small. So we're going to change that. Let's change it to 6 and see how 6 looks like. And just going to hit refresh. Okay, that looks pretty good. I just want to compare that with the actual design. The design is cutting off at yoga. So I want to make sure that it's doing the same thing. And so what I want to do is I want to open up the P tag and we're just going to say PELG4. I just want to hit save. If you are particularly want it to be pixel perfect, you can also try and change the call. So we can change the call LG5 and we can see how that would look like. So I'm going to go back to the browser and refresh. And there we go. So call LG5 works. It works great. It's cutting it off exactly where we want it to be. The next part is fine tuning this P tag and adding some buttons. So let's navigate back. And one thing I've noticed is, okay, font size is 1 rem, font style, weight, everything is the same, but align height is 2.125. Let's see if we can replicate that to make it look more like the design. And again, when you develop, when you're a front-end developer, you want to make sure that your development matches the design. So we can see here that ours are a little tight. So one thing you can do with Bootstrap, and I'm going to go back to the code itself, we can add an actual line height here. So there's a few ways of doing this. When we go to the variables and we say line height, go to make sure that we are right at the top and we scroll down, we can look for line height, which here you can see is line height base, line height SM, and line height LG, and we have 2 here. So we're going to take line height LG and we're going to go to our custom variables and we're just going to go up to font declaration. I'm going to add parse settings. And we want this to match our actual Figma design, which in our case is 2.125. I'm just going to copy that and we're going to go back to Visual Studio Code and we are going to drop that in. And we're going to add a semicolon and hit save, give it a second to load. All right, perfect. It just compiled. I want to go back to the HTML. One thing we want to do is we want to add LHLG. We want to hit save. go to the browser, and you're going to see that it changed, which is perfect. Now, one thing though, and this is pretty common, is when something looks great on a design, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to look good on development. So as a front-end developer, you need to have that ability to be able to think outside the box and be able to fine-tune a few things. Now, one thing I don't like about this at this point is this font is way too small, especially for a slider. So we're going to go and change that. And one way to do that is we can either use different font sizes. So we can go FS5, or we can FS5, or we can also use lead. Lead also makes a paragraph bigger, but I found that lead is quite tricky to style in. So when we go back to the browser, we're going to see that it is bigger, but now it's super thin, which I don't like. So going back to Visual Studio Code, I am going to change the lead to FS5, and let's see how that looks like. Going back to the browser, we're going to hit refresh and let's see how that looks like. Yeah, that looks good. Now, one thing though is we do need to change our column because it's cutting off at a different point. And I just want to make sure what this font is. So I just want to check. When we go to computed here on the right-hand side, we can see what the font family is, and it's just System UI. So that's fine. But I think what we need to do just so it looks better is we probably need to go and add a little bit of thickness to this font. So going back to Visual Studio Code, I am going to change my ColLG5 to ColLG6. And I am going to go for font weight semi-bold. Let's see how that looks like. Maybe semi-bold might be too thick. Let's see. Okay, so semi-bold is definitely a little too thick. So when I inspect element here and we go to font weight, that's 600, so I want 500. And I know by default you can't really use font weight medium when it comes to Bootstrap, but let's double check because they do change things like this a lot. It looks like they changed it already. All right, so let's see what font weight medium is about. It is 500. Okay, cool. So going back to the browser, let's see if we like that. I think that looks okay. We're definitely going to fine tune this as we go along because when I look at the design, it is way thinner. We're just going to play around with it and make sure as we go, as we develop through this project, that this will be the way that we want it to be. Next is adding the correct spacing between the paragraph and adding the actual button. So going back to Figma, we are using, it looks like 3 rem, which is, when we look at the gap of Bootstrap, which is 5. What we're going to do is, going back to Visual Studio Code, we are going to add an MB5 here. Now, one little tip I can give you, always use MB, always work from top to bottom when developing. Don't ever use MT. And that's just from an experience perspective, doing this for such a long time, because if you use MB and MT constantly, you're going to end up being confused. And, you know, when you come back to your code later on, that can be pretty cumbersome to try and figure out what you did. All right, going back to our browser, we're just gonna hit refresh and see how this looks like. We're getting there, we have a great space. Man, that thickness on the font weight, that font weight is definitely bugging me at this stage. So I'm actually gonna go back and just remove the FW medium because it's gonna drive me absolutely nuts. All right. Going back to the browser, we're just going to hit refresh and we'll leave that for now. We'll look at that later on. It might be actually the font color as well. We have the MB5 here. I'm just going to right click and inspect because I want to see. And when we look at this right here, we can see, I'm just going to click on the actual H1. We can see that we have 48, which is an equal of 3 rem, which is good. Back to the browser here. What we want to do now is we want to add the buttons. Back to Figma, we can see that we have 2 types of buttons. So I'm just going to click on this and we're at the bottom here. We are going to copy the text, or I'm looking for the space to copy the text. And there we go. The text is right here. So I'm just going to highlight that all. And one thing you're going to notice is because this design was specifically designed for Bootstrap and using a Bootstrap UI kit, we can see that we are using color primary and it's a large button. So that's exactly what we are going to do. So going back to our Visual Studio Code, we are going to add this button and we're just literally going to say A, because we're going to use an aref. We're not going to use actual buttons because it's a static website. And we're going to add class and we are going to say button primary, and let's go for button LG. And let's see how that looks like. I also want to drop in the text, so I'll book a session. And let's hit save and see what it is. We might need to change a few variables here and there throughout the variable folder to get exactly what we want. And so yeah, there's our button, but again, it's not exactly what we want because this button has 1 rem on the y-axis and 1.5 on the x-axis, so we would need to go and change that. So to do that, we're going to go back to variables and we are going to look, yeah, that's right, we're going to look for button, and I'm just going to scroll down until we get to the button point. And this is what we want to do, is we want to change the LGX and LGY. So it's referring to the input button padding YLG. So I'm going to copy that. We are going to get to the bottom of that one. And here we can see we have 0.5 and 1 rem. So I'm going to copy both of these and we're going to add a new section and we're going to call it buttons. And we're going to add this in here and we're going to get rid of the default, of course, as always. And now going back to the actual Figma design, I just want to double check. I think it was 1.51, so 1.5 on the x-axis. So 1.5 right here. So I'm going to add 1.5. I'm just going to navigate to Visual Studio. We're going to add 1.5 on the X and we're going to add 1 over here. Perfect. Now we're going to hit save. We're going to wait for our node to compile our files. Once that's done, we're going to navigate to the browser and we're going to hit refresh, and there we go. The button looks the way that it's supposed to look. Now, the next part of this is we need to add another button with an arrow. So I'm going to take this arrow and we're going to export this arrow as an SVG. Then I want to make sure that it has the correct name because that is definitely not going to work for me. So I'm going to make sure that we can rename it. So I'm going to disable the development and we're going to rename this to arrow right. Notice how I'm using uppercase and that just makes it easier to actually read stuff. All right, so now that's done, we are going to make sure it's exported as an SVG because we want to use an SVG. So I'm just going to export this real quick. And we want to make sure that we're using obviously contact us. So perfect. I'm going to navigate back to our Visual Studio Code and we're going to add our image in. And I'm just going to do that real quick. All right, so I just added arrow right. I'm just going to close it up. I don't want to see it. And just want to close down this node modules because it's quite big. I just want to make sure arrow right, yeah, it moved it to the dist folder. Perfect. Now we need to go and add our new button. So I'm going to go to index.html, just literally take this and paste it, but we want to change this button primary to button transparent. All right, so now that we have these two buttons, we're going to take this, we're going to cut it, and we're going to create a new div, and we're going to put it inside of that div. We are just going to clean things up here a little bit because I want it to be all on one line. Make sure that everything is nice and clean. In the div itself, I'm going to open up a class. I'm going to call it a deflex. We are going to say flex column and flex LG row. So what happens here is in the small devices, it's going to be a column. In the big devices, it's going to be next to each other. So flex column underneath each other, flex row is going to be next to each other. Next, I want to add a gap. So we're going to add gap 3, see how that goes. And last but not least, I want to add a line items center. Now I want to take the book a session and we're just going to change that to contact us. We're going to take this, we're going to cut it, we're going to create a span. We're going to put that text in there. And here we are going to take our actual image or drop in our image. Now, again, I like copying and pasting everything, just saves a lot of time. So what we're going to do is drop in an image here. I'm just going to change this. So we're going to let it go to arrow right. So I'm going to say arrow right. And we want to change this to 14px, I think is a good size, not PC, px. We're just going to change the alt text. I'm just going to say contact us arrow right. Perfect. Hit save and let's see what we have. So navigating back to the browser, we are going to refresh and see what we have. Getting closer, it's getting better. Because we are using SVGs, we can actually make this arrow much, much bigger because I don't like how it looks like. So we're definitely going to increase that. And we're also going to add a gap because it is stuck right next to the us on contact us. So when we go back to the actual Figma design, you're going to see that, hey, it's nice and big and there's a nice little space there. It's 12. So I'm just going to click on this and we have a size of 19, which we can round it off to 20px. Let's navigate back to Visual Studio Code and let's quickly adapt that. So we're going to change the 14. We're going to change that to 20. We're going to change that also to 20. We are going to change this, or we're going to add a deflex, a line item center, and we're going to say gap 2. And see how that looks like. Might need to change it to a gap 3. Go back to the browser and let's quickly refresh and see how that looks like. And there we go. We have our basic contact us. And going back to the Figma design, I just want to double check everything, make sure everything is 100%. One thing I've noticed though is when we open up div and we look at this, we have a font weight of 600. So let's just double check and see if we have the same for our buttons as well. So I'm going to right click and we're going to inspect element. We're going to look at the weight and it says 500. So we got to go and modify the variables to be able to do that. So going back to Visual Studio Code, we're going to navigate to variables and we're going to type in button again, or actually we're right here already. So we can look at input button and we're going to look for font weight. If we have font weight anywhere here, we don't have font weight here specifically. So we're going to scroll down to the actual buttons. Now, remember earlier when we created the navigation, we added a font weight, but we only added the font weight for button font weight in general. So it might be that LG has a different type of font weight, or it might not. Now we can either go and add a custom class, which I'm not going to do, by the way. We're going to do a better thing. We're actually going to go back to the button and we are going to add it right here. We're going to say font weight semi bold. Hit save. Let's go to the browser and see how that looks like. I'm going to hit refresh. Okay, so font weight semi-bold, it is looking exactly the same to me. So let's kick it up a notch. Let's maybe change it to bold itself. Again, this is where you need to take your intuition as a good front-end developer. You need to be able to, on the fly, make changes like this. Let's see how that, yeah, that looks pretty good. I just want to see what kind of color we're working with here, because it might be that we're not working. Okay, so it is referring to our base color. That should be good to go. Now that we've done that, I am just going to do the same for the other button as well. So I'm just going to quickly look at the other button and we're going to add font weight bold as well. Probably only going to do this on the slider and nowhere else. So I'm just going to hit refresh here. Okay, that looks okay for now. Again, we'll probably come back because it is kind of bugging me at this stage. And that's the thing with being experienced with this kind of stuff. It either works or it doesn't work, right? And as you do it more, you're going to get used to all of it. I just want to increase the icon a little bit and see if that might work for us. So I'm going to go back to Visual Studio Code and we're going to change this. I just want to change it to something radically like 25 and see how that looks like. Going to hit save and navigate to the browser. You see, one thing that's not working for me at this stage is that the icon and the text itself is not centered properly for some odd reason. One thing you can do if you're ever in a situation like this where for some reason, you know, you've tried everything, you might want to try a little off-the-cuff hack to get what you want. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to variables. I'm going to scroll right to the top by using Control and Home. In the search box, I am just going to type in negative. What I want to enable it is margin negative. So I'm going to copy that, go to custom var, and we're going to open up a new comment. I'm just going to say misc for misc items. And we're just going to change this to true so that we can use negative margins. Go back to the HTML. One thing I want to try and do is just take this and we're going to say empty -1. So we're going to hit save. We're going to go to our browser and hit refresh. And I like that. That looks good. That's exactly what I want. Last thing, I just want to increase the gap a little bit. I feel like the gap is too little. So going back, we're just going to change this to gap 3 and that should be good to go. Go back to the browser. Let's just double check it, make sure that it's working. Yeah, that looks pretty good at this stage. Now, before we wrap up this chapter, there is 2 small things I want to do that's going to make a huge impact to our entire design. And that is adding the correct spacing for this slide, as well as taking this navigation and adding a margin negative to it so that this part, the slide, can move right to the top. Navigating back to Visual Studio Code, one thing we're going to do is we're going to open up our variables. We're going to hit Control F and we are going to search for spacing. When you search for spacing, you're going to see that we have the default spacing here. I am going to copy this, navigate back to the custom vars, and right here add spacing. Below that, paste it, and with that pasted, I want to duplicate 5. By duplicating it, I am going to use Alt and Shift and down arrow, and that will duplicate it. Taking number 5, change it to 6. Same with this one, we are going to change it to 6. Also duplicate it again and change the 6 to 7. With this one, we changing that to 8. Just going to get rid of that comma, hit save. And once that's saved, we are going to use this spacing. Now, one quick thing, I want to get rid of default year. And I've also noticed that we still have default year at the top, so I want to get rid of that as well. Quick way to get rid of this, copy it, Control F, paste it in, and we're just going to place it right there. If you do it that way, by the way, you are going to get rid of it wherever it is in the document. Always make sure that you get rid of that default. Going to hit Control S for save. We're going to navigate to index.html, and within the section, I am changing this 5 to 7. Go back to the browser just to see what we've done, and it should give us more spacing. So we're getting to a closer point. I just want to add a margin bottom to the nav, going to custom class because that's the only way you can do this. Giving a little space here, typing out nav, open that up. Now this is just from experience. I'm used to doing this so many times. I'm just going to add minus 4.4 rem. With this all, I want to add a custom height for the slide section. So within that, adding a good height. So 56.25 should be good. Going to hit Control S and navigate back to the browser, hit Control R, and this looks much better. One small thing I quickly want to change. I know we've been saying we're going to change a lot of things, but this is the last thing I promise. I just want to increase the spacing or the padding between the logo and the texture just to kind of round it off. Navigating back to Visual Studio Code, we are going to go to custom var, and with this number 7, I am going to change this. We're going to change this to perhaps 10, hit save, and once that has compiled, and while it's compiling, navigate back to the browser and hit refresh. See how that looks like now. It does take a second to compile. That looks much better. We are still going to fine tune this design as we go through this entire course. And if you've joined us on one of the separate videos, make sure to check out the full course. Make sure to check out any smaller section videos on how to develop this website from start to finish. And again, everything is in the description below, including the GitHub pages. You can fork it, including the Figma community design. You can duplicate that and use it throughout this. Now, last thing, make sure to like and subscribe to my YouTube channel. I would appreciate that. Up next, we are going to work on the services section. And last comment, just real quick, we are still going to fine tune a lot of things as we are developing this website. There's still small things like you can see this little arrow, it's off to this one. We still need to add a little bit of spacing there. So there's still a few things to do. So make sure to stick around. Next up, the Our Services section. All right, so now that the slide section is all done and it looks good, and when I say done, as always, I am referring to the point that we will get back to it, we will fine tune it and get it to perfection. But at this stage, it looks pretty good. We have a good base. And by the way, I've added the inspector inside of the browser itself. This just makes it a little easier for us to navigate between the code and the actual visual part of the website. The next part, the next thing we need to focus on is creating the Our Services section. Now, for simplicity reasons, and because I don't want this video to end up being 15,000 hours, we are going to simplify this a little bit. And by the way, in the comments, drop a comment if you want me to create a video on how to create the JavaScript component of this. And when I say JavaScript, I'm also referring to SCSS, to create the component where this is more of an interactive layout. So what do I mean? Well, if you click on the arrows left and right, this can move, as well as on a touch or mobile or tablet, you can swipe left and right. So again, if you want me to create a video of that, drop the comments below and I can definitely do that. But for this specific section or for this video, we're going to focus on simplicity because we're still learning. So let's jump into it. The first thing I want to do is take all these icons and export it all at once. So with that said, click on the icon and detach it first. So we can see that this is an asset or a component of Figma. So we want to detach it. The same for others if they are, so the others are not. And the way you can see if it's an asset or a component versus a non-asset and component is the actual purple outline. Now you can see that it's blue because we detached it and the rest of them are also blue. So Coming back to it, we're going to take this icon and export it. Just before we export it, I want to rename it, calling it spa icon. Next, want to do the same for changing room. Click on the icon and I'm going to call it change room. Next, we're going to do free lessons. So clicking on the icon group on the left, we're going to call it free icon. Now we have the 3 icons renamed and now we can export it. So quick thing, I want to export them one by one. And the reason for that is because if you don't do it that way, Figma will actually put it in a zip folder and that's an extra step. If you have tons of things to export, for sure, then go ahead. But if it's 1 or 2 or 3 items, then just export it one by one. Clicking on the export, selecting SVG, because this kind of stuff, we definitely want SVG, and saving that. Do the same for this one as well. Change room, click on export, SVG, click save, and the last one, spa area, export, SVG. Brilliant. All right, the reason why I'm exporting the icons first, it just makes life a little easier. Now, navigating back to Visual Studio Code, we are going to start adding it. First things first, I'm navigating in the File Explorer, navigating to the top, get rid of this node modules, I'll minimize it. I'm also going to close all of our open tabs, open up a new index.html, just so that we can clean everything out, right? It's a fresh start. Before we start coding, check in the code as always, completed sliders section. And when I say slider, it could be Euro section, whatever you like to call it. And I'm going to check it in, and we're going to make sure that our node is still running, which it is. Docker is still running. Everything is great, so we can start by creating our service section. First things first, go to the images, and we want to add the icons that we just exported. So I am going to go do that right now. Grab my icons and drag it in. And when we look at dist, we'll see it automatically pushed it over there, which is good. By the way, if you've only joined the video or this specific video now, make sure to check out the other videos in the description below. I have the full video of all of this from start to finish, so make sure to check that out. I'll also have separate videos that would definitely save you some time, so you don't need to go through the entire big video. All right, with that said, next, open up a section. So I'm typing out section and I'm just hitting tab. I will be adding PY6 and BG Lite. Now with that done, I want to open up these tags and add another div, then add container, hit save, and add an H2. Now that we have an H2, I will navigate back to the Figma and just see, okay, it's just our services, which is pretty easy. Navigating back to VS, adding our services. Perfect. Now that we have that, we can go to the browser and have a quick look at what we have. Now that we have the browser, I'm going to hit refresh and we have our services. Oh, great. It's there, but it's not exactly what I want it to be, but it's a good base, right? We can see in the code itself, and when I scroll down or inspect element here, we can see that we've just created a P6, which is the correct spacing. We have BG Lite, which I'm just going to close this. Just want to see if we can see. Yeah, you can see the different colors. I'm just going to zoom in there a little bit so you can see it. So there we can see the background color, but we still have a little bit of work to do here. First off, this looks way too small and it obviously needs to be center aligned. So with that said, let's navigate to Figma. I want to see what is the actual font size for this heading. Again, quick thing, this design is specifically designed for the Bootstrap framework. There is a video in the description, a full course video of how I explain to do it. And also this entire design and the development is on the Figma community and GitHub pages. So looking at this, we have a font size of 3.25. And from experience, I believe that is display 4. We can quickly go back and have a look, opening up node modules, looking for Bootstrap, SCSS, and opening up our variables, just hitting Control F and typing in display. And here we can see the font display sizes. Display 4 would work pretty good for what we are trying to achieve here. And again, as a developer, sometimes you need to make that decision to round everything off. I am going to go with the decision of going for display 4, opening up a class, typing in display 4. Probably gonna add a font weight regular. Hit the save button. Just quickly navigate to the browser, hit refresh, and let's see what we have. We have our services. It looks good at this stage. We still need to do a few things. So going back to Visual Studio Code, I am going to add a p tag, and I'm adding a p tag because of search engine optimization. And I'm just gonna say this is the sub heading. Hit save. Next, I want to put this in the column or row system. So cutting this, we're going to add a new div, open up a class, type in row, and within the row, opening up another div, opening up a class, saying call MD12, and dropping what we just created in there. Now, few things though, before we go back to the browser, I just want to say text center. And by the way, I've got a terrible keyboard, so that's why I'm constantly typing a bunch of random stuff. Now with that, I want to add a margin bottom 0 on the heading itself, because by default, headings and p tags and anything has a predefined margin bottom. And I don't want to go and change the actual variables of it. I'd much rather just do it in year, because in this instance, I don't want a margin bottom. So just going to use the actual classes itself and not modify the variables. Going back to the browser, we're going to hit refresh. And there we go. It looks pretty good. When I look at the actual design, we can see that it is centered. Now, one thing I'm going to add is text capitalize. Going back to Visual Studio Code, we just want to add text capitalize, hit save, go to the browser. Let's see how that looks like. That looks pretty good at this stage. We have something. You know what? It looks pretty thin to me. I just want to see how a 500 would look on this. So font weight 500. So let's just add font weight medium. Just want to see, might be too thick. Let's have a look. Yeah, that actually looks really good. That matches our design pretty well. When we look at the design is a little thin, but again, as a front-end developer, you need to be that bridging gap between what is designed and what is possible in development. All right, so now that we have the heading done, the next part is working on these boxes. So we've already imported the icons. The next step is starting to build out this green box. So I'm going to click on this title to have a look at what the font size is. The font size is 1.75. When I disable the dev, let's see what we use. So we used heading 3, and that's what we are going to use. Going to Visual Studio Code, we need to open up a new row, typing in div. We're gonna say row. And now I've opened the row system. Quickly going back to Figma, just zooming out here real quick. And with that, we want to add columns, and I want each box to be in its own column. Probably the best step, the best route to go. And because we are keeping this simple and straightforward, when I click on this, I want to stick within the container itself. And that's what we did with Visual Studio Code. But we have 1, 2, 3, 4 boxes that we can basically create, which in Bootstrap is going to be call 3, 6, 9, 12. Yeah, that's 4. So that's perfect. One thing I want to do here, and by the way, you can hold in Alt and you can click at multiple spots to modify your code at multiple areas. And essentially, I want to add MD because that's the breakpoint we're going to start with. Opening up the first column, first thing, we're going to open up a div again. And now going back to Figma, we want to start creating this green box. I'm going to start with the heading first. Again, we have heading H3 and it is bold and it's centered. Clicking on it, I want to copy the text. Go back to Visual Studio. I want to add an H3. Now notice that with front-end development, you always have to be aware of search engine optimization. You already have an H1, so you can only have one H1. In this entire section, I have an H2, so we can't have another H2 within this section. We want to make sure that we have one H2 per section. Now, that's not technically or theoretically the rule of the law, but that's how I do it. That's how I kind of keep my code neat and make sure that I understand it properly, because that is so important when it comes to development. You always want to make sure that everything is nicely stacked and neat. Now, within this, we have one H2, and you can have multiple H3s, you can have multiple H4s. We're going to start with a bunch of H3s. So again, we're going to paste what we copied in Figma itself. I am going to hit save. Clicking on H3, I'm adding a class, and with that, I'm probably going to add an MB3 to start off with, also adding font weight bold. Perfect. Hit save, navigate over to the browser. Let's see what we have. We have this right here. The next steps, we need to start building out that beautiful box that we are working in. Opening up a class here. I want to add BG primary as the background color, as well as rounded, probably rounded 3, and padding on the y-axis go for 4, and on the x-axis go for 3. Again, you got to go back and forth to see how that looks like. That looks good. Probably going to change the padding to be P4 across the board. And with that, probably going to say text white. Let's hit save and have a look at how that looks like. That looks okay, it's getting there. Just want to inspect element and see. Okay, we said text white, but we didn't say text center. I was like, why is that thing not centered? Okay, so we're going to say text center. And let's have a quick look and see how that looks like. All right, getting there. It's a little thick, to be honest, but we will fine tune it going back. Yeah, it's too thick. So let's go to Visual Studio Code and change this bold to perhaps medium. Now, while we add it and while we are in the design, I'm just going to quickly copy the paragraph. We're going to drop that in here. Now, with that, we want to add MB3 below. Going to hit save. Let's quickly go to the browser, have a look at how that looks like. Yeah, so the weight looks much better. The paragraph looks good at this stage. Next, we need to add the button. Copying the text here, go to Visual Studio Code and add a button. And when I say button, it is going to be a link, of course. We are using static pages here. Don't want to use a button. We're going to open up a class. We're going to say BTN primary, and that should be good for now. Probably need to come back and change that again. Let's hit refresh. Yeah, we need to change that for sure. So let's have a look at Figma. I just want to see it's a white button. Do we have a shadow on this beautiful button? We don't. It kind of looks like we have a shadow, but probably not. Okay, back to Visual Studio Code. We want to go not for button primary, but let's go for button light. Hit save. Let's see how that looks like in the browser. That looks good. That looks good. Just want to match it up. The text I can see here is the primary color. I just want to change that by adding text primary. All right, so now at this stage, we have created our box. Now we need to work on the spacing because obviously this is super tight at this stage. Going to Figma and opening up Figma again. Let's have a look at what the spacing says. So I can see we have 35 pixels between each item and 45 at the end. And we have 96. So 96 is going to be a spacing of 6. So let's go back to Visual Studio Code and just quickly adjust this. In the box itself, we're going to change this P4. We're going to change it to PY6 and PX5. And then we're going to change this MB3 to MB5 and the same with that one. Actually, let's change this one to 4. That will match the design closely. Go back to the browser, hit refresh, and yeah, no, that doesn't look good at all. We need to fine tune it a little bit. First off, let's get rid of that padding on the left and right, or the x-axis. So let's just change it to 4. And we probably want to change this to 4 as well. And I want to make sure that there's no padding on the button itself. So adding MB0, go back to the browser. Now we're getting closer. We still have this huge space at the top and bottom. It's a little too much for me. Going to Figma, I can see that we used 96, but for some reason, this is not matching what we have. And I think the reason for that is because of the column structure that we have, because in Figma, we had a different type of column structure here. So we got to tweak it. And again, that's the thing about a developer is you have to have the ability to make changes on the fly. Okay, quickly, just quick, look at the browser. We're going to decrease this spacing, also decrease this, but increase this spacing here. Go to VS Code. The first thing is changing PY6. Let's change that to PY5. And let's change this one, the actual paragraph. Let's change that to MB5. So with these changes, MB5, actually, let's change it to MB4. Hit save. Let's navigate over to that beautiful browser of ours. Yeah, that looks much better. We are almost there. I just feel like this space should be more. So let's inspect element and let's do it here for a change. So let's change MB4 to MB5. That looks okay. Let's change this one to 5. I just want to see how that looks like if we change MB4 to MB5. You see, that is way too much. Just want to see how it looks like if we change it to 3. That doesn't look bad. And with that change to 3, let's change this one to 4. Yeah, that one just does not want to play ball at all today. Okay, let's change that to 4. And let's change it to 5. I just want to see that one last time. I just feel like this space is too much when we change it to 5. So let's stick with 4 for now. So with that, let's go back to Visual Studio Code and just adjust what we just created. So on the P tag, we have MB4. Let's change this to MB3. And yeah, that should be good. That is our base. Again, we're probably going to change this as we go along. So now we have our first box. Let's go and create the rest of the boxes. And as we adding the rest of the boxes, as I said, we're probably going to change this one because it's going to give us more clarity as we put the rest of the boxes together. Now, a quick thing before we continue and before we go on, let's add a MB for our heading structure because this is right at the top against the subheading right there. Navigate to VS Code, and with the P tag here, let's add a MB5, hit save, navigate over to the browser, and there we have our space. Okay, with this box done, let's go and add the rest of them. Navigate back to Visual Code or VS Code. We're going to reuse what we already created. So I'm going to take this and copy it and paste it in. With that done, we're going to change the BG primary. We're going to change that to white. I'm going to remove this text white, hit save. Let's navigate back to Figma just to make sure what we need to do. So we need to add these icons and we need to add these headings. So starting with the heading, I'm going to copy spa area and paste that in so that we have that there. With that, copy this again, paste it in, go back to Figma and copy changing room. Now, of course, you can do this however you like. I feel like this is easier for me. If you find a different way of doing this that would save you time or feel that it's better for you, go ahead and absolutely do that. I am just going to copy this one as well. I'm going to use a special feature of Windows where you can hit the Windows key and V and paste in what you had in your clipboard. Hitting save, I know that we are not even close to where we're supposed to be with this, but I just want to see where we're at with it. Hitting refresh, we can see, okay, we have spa area, changing room, and free lessons. Good, good, good. Now, with that done, let's add the icons. So clicking on this specific column right here, I'm going to type in IMG and hit tab. In the SRC, we're going to click on IMG and look for that icon. Now remember, we dropped the icon earlier. I want to add spa icon SVG, add an alt text. Let's add spa icon. Again, this is not the proper SEO optimized way of doing this. We are just adding spa icon for demonstration purposes. I just want to see what is the width and height of these icons. So it looks like it's 80 by 80. We are going to go for that. But because we have different widths and heights of these icons, we are only going to focus on the height and not the width itself. Going back to Visual Studio Code, we want to go and add a width. We want to say 100% and add a height and go for ATPX because they don't have a consistent height structure. I also want to add a class and let's add MB4 4. Let's hit save and see how that looks like. There we have our spa icon. Looks good so far. So far it looks really good. Go back to Visual Studio Code. Let's do the rest. So I'll literally just copy what you have there. Go to the other column. We drop it in. We change the IMG and we're going to change it to change room. There we go. And I'm just going to say changing room icon and hit save. Let's navigate to the browser, just a quick peek and see how that looks like. That looks pretty good at this point. We can also see that the boxes are a consistent height as well. So far, so good. All right, back to VS Code, not Figma, but VS Code. And we are gonna copy this IMG as well and drop it in the last one there. And on top of that, we need to go change the IMG and we are changing this one to free icon. Hit save and we need to change this alt. I am just navigating back to Figma here real quick. Just want to see, let's call it free lessons. Let's add the alt text as free lessons. So navigating and we're going to change this to free lessons icons. Again, I know I sound like a broken record, but this is super important for SEO purposes. You're not going to use that type of alt text. You always have to do your research and make sure it is 110%. Otherwise, you're not going to get an optimized website. All right, moving on. We have a base structure here. Base structure looks okay. One thing I want to change though is the roundness. The roundness is not round enough. If we go to Figma and we have a look at the design, you're going to notice that this roundness is way more than what is anticipated or what is by default. And the default that we used was rounded 3. The rounded we're looking for is 30px. Navigate back to VS Code. We would need to go change a variable for that. Clicking on the variable tab that we have open, hit Control F and search for radius. So when you find that, you're going to scroll down and you'll see the radius here located perfectly. Now, what we want to change is the actual radius. We want to change how much the radius is going to be. Now, by default, large, extra large, and XXL is 0.5, 1, and 2 rem. Let's take LG. Copy it, which I believe is rounded 3, by the way, and add it. Move down all these node modules. I'm just going to minimize this node modules. Move to the custom vars and right here, adding radius settings and drop that in. Get rid of the default as per usual. Navigate back to Figma. We want to check the actual RM of this. Let's have a look. It says border radius 1.85. Let's navigate back to VS Code and change this to 1.85 rem. Perfect. I just want to see if we have something that, yeah, we don't have something that's close to it. Now that we've done that, we will hit save, go back to index, and we will change this rounded 3 to rounded LG. Hit save. We just want to test one for now and refresh on that just to see how that would look like. And there we go. So what happened here is a rounded LG works and rounded 3, which is actually rounded LG. Both of them works. The next thing we need to do is fine tune these boxes and also fine tune the actual buttons itself. Navigating back to VS Code, let's do a few changes so that we can match the design as close as possible. At the very first column, the very first one where we have BG primary, I want to change that PY back to PY6. On top of that, a row by default is always a deflex, which means that we can say align item center. And when we do that, we can hit save and navigate to the browser. When we're at the browser, we're just going to hit refresh and we are already seeing that effect that we have in the design itself. The only thing is that when you look at the spacing between the green box and the white box, this is more than what we have, which means we got to go back to VS Studio. And one thing I want to change in VS Studio is the actual PY. So let's change this PY5 to PY4. And because we are changing that to PY4, we might as well just use P4 for the rest of them. So I'm just going to copy that and paste it so that we have a PY for all of them, that we don't have PX and PY, but we have PY across the board. Navigating back to the browser, hit refresh, and that looks okay. That looks good. A few modifications that I would definitely want to do, because if we look at the Figma design, we can see actually that looks really good. That looks close to what we want. One thing I do want to add though is increase. Let's go back to the browser. I just want to show you something real cool. One thing I want to add is a little bit more padding overall, so that these boxes are a slightly bit thinner. So navigating back to VS Code, we need to add a PX. So in call free, we're only going to do it in the middle 2 columns and not the first and the last. But in the middle columns, we're going to go PXLG because the breakpoint should only be on the actual tablet and nothing else. And we're going to start with PX3 and see how that looks like. I think you've realized now that with development, I don't want to add it there, by the way. With development, it's all about back and forth constantly. You have to play around, test it, see how it looks like until you get to a point where it looks really good. That is what a front-end developer is all about. So you could see that we have a little bit more spacing, but I want to change that. I want to actually increase it to 4. So let's go and change that. Let's increase that. So we have PXLG3. Let's change that to PXLG4 on those 2 columns. Hit save, navigate over to the browser. There we go. That looks pretty good. I have a good spacing here. We have good spacing here at the top as well. This overall looks really good. So let's work on that buttons real quick. Let's make those buttons look the way it's supposed to. Going to the design, what we have here is a much smaller button and it says learn more and we have an outline only. Going to VS Code, we need to modify these buttons. Let's start with one and see how we go with it. I'm going to use the last one just as an example. We are going to get rid of button light and add button outline primary and border. Let's try border 2 and see how that works. So essentially what I did is I said button outline primary, which means it's going to be a button that's outlined with the primary color, and border 2. Navigate back to the browser, hit refresh, and let's see how that looks like. That looks good. Just want to add learn more so it's closely aligned to the actual design that we have. Navigate to the browser, hit refresh, and that looks okay. We might want to try button SM, see how that looks like. So instead of using button or adding button SM to it, hit save, refresh, and that is a little small for my taste. Going back to it, we're going to modify the variables just for button small. Search for button. We want to change the variables for button SM. We will be using button SM throughout the development, throughout the design, so we might as well go and change this. Copy it, go to our button settings and drop it in right here. Get rid of the default. When we get rid of this, navigate over to Figma. We want to see what's the actual width and height of this. We want to activate development mode, and we have 1 rem on X and 6.2 on Y. Going back to this part, 1 rem on X and 0.65 on Y. Let's hit save. Make sure that it successfully converts everything. Go to the browser and hit refresh. That looks good. That looks good. Just 1 or 2 final tweaks that I want to do to that button. Perhaps let's see if we can change the radius of the button small. If not, we're probably going to need to use a class. So button border radius, we do have right here, radius, perfect. Let's go back to that part, scroll up to where our buttons were, and I think that's right there. Yes, it is. We're going to drop that in. Let's go to Figma real quick and just double check what is the radius on this button itself. We do have a radius of 0.625. Let's navigate to code here and add that in. Hit save, and once we've hit save, let's navigate over to the browser and hit refresh. We have the roundness. Last thing before we move on. Sorry, I'm very particular when it comes to development. Make sure everything is 110%. I just want to add a font weight medium to this and see how that looks like. Perhaps that might look really good. That doesn't look good at all. That doesn't look at, we've changed anything. Okay, let's change it to semi-bold. Perfect. Go to the browser, refresh. Still nothing. Still nothing. Even semi-bold, even medium. Let's go last resort. Let's go and add a bold. Okay, save. Let's refresh. That looks good. That is exactly what I'm looking for. We have learn more here. So let's go and apply that to the rest of our buttons. So all we're gonna do is copy this right here and paste it in with the rest of them, but not the first one, because obviously we don't want the first one to look like that. Let's navigate over to the browser and see how that looks like. We have beautiful looking spa area, changing rooms, free lessons. And overall, when we look at Figma, that looks pretty good. One thing I want to double check though is the heading. I just want to make sure this is also an H3. And there we go. That's actually an H4 and not an H3. So going back to Visual Studio Code, we just want to change that real quick. One thing you can do is we don't want to change this to actually say H4. We can modify this by just literally going FS4 for font size 4, which is heading 4. And adding that to the rest of our, and let's navigate to our browser, and there we go. That looks really, really, really good. But we still got to do one more thing before we finish this off, or two more things, actually two more things that we need to do before we wrap up this section. And that is adding the shadow and changing the font weight on these headings. Let's go to VS Code and let's do that real quick. With the headings itself, we have font weight medium, which with the first column, it worked really great. But the rest of them, we need to change them to bold so it reflects our design. I am just going to take that and copy and paste it right here. Now we got to go grab that shadow. Going to Figma, we want to grab this custom shadow that we designed in the previous video. And by the way, if you haven't heard of this, or if you only joined the video now, make sure to check out the other video where we are designing this from scratch. All right, let's go and select this box right there, and you'll see on the right hand side we have a bunch of shadows that we would need to copy. Opening up dev mode, we are going to look for box shadow. I'm going to copy this, and that's a long shadow. That's true. That's a super long shadow. Now, there's only two ways to achieve this. You can either go and modify the variables folder for shadow LG. So let's go and do that. Open up the variables folder and look for shadow. One thing you want to do is hit Control Home first and then go back to your search, because one thing we need to do is make sure that shadows are enabled, and it isn't enabled by default. So we first need to go and enable that. Go back to custom var. Let's go and add that. We are adding that to the MISC. So just searching for MISC right here. Paste that in, type in true, and hit save. Now that that's activated, we are searching for shadow, and I'm going to modify shadow LG. Copy box shadow LG, go back to custom vars. I am going to add a separate one, and I'm going to call it shadow. I cannot type out with this beautiful keyboard. I think I need a new keyboard for that matter. Box shadow LG, and let's paste that box shadow that we've copied from Figma. Now, one thing we just got to get rid of is the box shadow that it comes with, and everything looks good. So I am hitting Control S to save this, wait for this to compile, and it has compiled successfully. Once that's done, let's go back to our big box and let's add that beautiful looking shadow that we have in BG primary. All we're going to do here is go shadow LG, not LD, not LF, LG. Oh boy. Navigating to the browser here, hitting refresh, scrolling down, and we have our beautiful shadow here. We also have our thickness. So we have our beautiful thickness as well on those headings. Now, in the next section of this video, in the next video, we are going to focus on, when we go back to Figma here, we are going to focus on adding this beautiful wave. I'm going to show you how to do it in the SVG way, as well as adding the latest classes. And that's going to include a Bootstrap tab system as well. Now, with that all said, make sure to stay tuned. If you're on the big video, make sure to stay tuned. That is up next, the next chapter. If you're on a single video, make sure to check out the full video. Make sure to check out all the resources, and while you are checking out everything, make sure to like and subscribe to my YouTube channel. I would truly appreciate that. Now with that, let's move on to the next section.
Now that we've created the slider section as well as the navigation as well as our services with some of these boxes, we need to look at adding the latest classes. And on top of that, also add this beautiful wave that we got. Going to the browser and having a quick look, we can see that we have the slider, navigation, as well as the services. And as I've mentioned earlier in the video or previous section of the video, we want to stick with the basics of just adding these boxes and not add more. Otherwise, the videos can end up being like 20 hours. But again, if you want me to show you how to develop this so that we can have JavaScript and have it navigate or move between these boxes very similar to what we have in the design, just let me know and I can put together a video. All right, so let's start with this wave. First thing I'm going to do, I'm going to take this wave in Figma, make sure I'm in development mode, and we're going to export it. But before we export it, we want to turn off development mode and just rename this real quick. And I'm going to rename it to wave. And with that done, activate the development mode again. I just want to make sure it's going to be SVG, which it is. Perfect. And we're going to export it as an SVG. Always with any type of shapes or vectors, you want to make sure that you export it as an SVG. All right, when it's exported, navigate back to Visual Studio Code. With that, we are going to drop in this wave into our IMG folder on the left-hand side. All right, so now that I've dropped it into my IMG folder, I can see that it opened up. I'm gonna close it real quick, open up the dist folder just to make sure that it copied, which it did. Perfect. Now we can start by adding that beautiful wave. I'm going to minimize all of the main code areas or sections that we have. Open up a new section. And within that, we are dropping in an IMG. So I'm typing in IMG and hitting the tab. It makes it quite quick. And then hit Control and Space to open up IntelliSense so that we can get that wave that we want. So I'm going to drop in that wave. Alt text, we're just going to say wave vector. One thing I want to add, and I've said it quite a few times throughout this entire video, always with SEO, make sure that you do your keyword research. Don't just drop in random text like this. I'm just doing this because it's a demo that I'm doing and we're more focused on the code than the SEO part. All right, with that said, next, let's add a width and a height. This is going to be super important for what we are trying to achieve here. So adding a 100% is crucial, and going back to Figma to determine what the actual height of this item is quite crucial as well. So we want to make sure that we go for at least 11 rem. And because we are adding the width and height physically into the width and height of the IMG tag, we want to make sure that we use PX, which is going to be 181. Now, one thing I want to add, when working with images, you always want your width and height to be added here and not in the actual class or custom class section. Why? Because this is part of making sure that we hit the mark with Google Lighthouse speed test for that matter. So I'm going to add 181 into the height. And we're going to hit save. At this point, it's probably not going to look good. It's probably not going to look like what we want. So navigating to the browser, we're going to hit refresh and you can see, okay, we have something here, but it's definitely not good at all. So we need to do a little bit of modification to get this image to look the way that it's supposed to look. So ideally what we need to do here is we need to get this SVG to stretch to the side, and part of that also be responsive. So let's navigate back to Visual Studio. There is a few things that I want to show you. First off, what you can do is modify this actual IMG that we have right here. There is another way for doing this as well, and this is purely up to personal preference. You can physically add the SVG code right in here. Because this actual shape isn't that big or isn't that complex, we can physically use the SVG code within the HTML itself. Let me just quickly show you what I mean. When you open up your IMG, so let's open up the wave.svg, you can take this code, copy it, and use it within your HTML itself. Why would we do this? Well, it gives you a little bit more freedom to customize the SVG. For example, you can add classes, you can add a class to the SVG, you can also add a class to the path or any type of modifications for that matter. But for simplicity purposes, and my recommendation is stick with IMG unless you need to customize that specific SVG. All right, so with that said, we are going to hit save here, and let's get this beautiful wave to stretch the way it's supposed to. Navigating to VS Code, we are going to open up Wave, and we just want to modify some of the code. Again, that's the beauty of SVG, is we can do that. I am going to change the width here to 100%. Once that's done, the height we want to change to auto as well. And I want to add a little extra thing here, and that is preserve aspect ratio. We want to set that to none. So when you've done that, we want to hit save, and our task manager here at the bottom will convert it over and move it to our dist folder. Navigating to the browser, we hit refresh, and you'll see that it stretches from one side to another. When you take this actual site and you make it bigger and smaller, it will automatically scale to what we want it to be. So at this stage, it looks pretty good. One thing though, what you would notice is that this SVG is overlapping the previous section. So when we go to VS Code, what is happening is this section is overlapping that section. So with that, we need to modify the Z index. To modify that, we will add the position. You can only modify the Z index of any type of div or section or anything in HTML if you have defined a specific position. So now I am going to use Bootstrap to do this. Bootstrap has pre-made classes that you can use called position absolute or position relative. Now we are going to define position relative on both sections. So I'm going to do the same here as well, position relative. Now Bootstrap has pre-baked Z indexes that we can use, which is brilliant. So I just went to the variables folder and I quickly searched Z index right here, and we can reuse this. I'm not going to modify this at this stage. We might need to modify it, but we'll double check. Go back to index.html, and I just want to use that right there. What we're going to add to the section and the class part is Z1, and copy that. I am going to do the same here, but I'm going to change the 1 to 2. So we want the second section to overlap the first section. Let's see if this works. I'm just gonna right click and inspect element. Just wanna double check why this is not working. We do have Z index 1, so this is definitely working the way it's supposed to. And we have Z index 2. Now, I just realized my mistake. We need to swap this around. We do need the first section to be at the top versus the second section being at the top. So with that said, we are just gonna change this from 2 to 1 and 1 to 2, hit save, navigate back, and there you go. We can see that the shadow is overlapping the SVG, which is perfect. That's what I want. And we've neatly stacked it within the section as well. So we have 3 sections so far, the first section being the slider, the second section being the services, and so on. So now with this done, let's start adding the heading. We are going to open up a new section. Within that, we're going to open up a div, a container, and within that, open up a row, and within that, opening up a call MD12. Perfect. Then let's navigate back to the first section, not the slider section, actually the second section. We're going to open that up and we can copy, we can reuse what we've already created. Now, theoretically, I didn't really need to type out what I just typed out here at the bottom. We can just copy and paste because that's the beauty of it. And coming back to what I mentioned earlier, I'm all about lean code. I'm all about being quick with code. So copy and pasting is definitely something that you want to do. So it's probably the last time I'm going to do that just because I want to save time as much as possible. Now let's navigate back to Figma. Let's have a look at what this heading says. So this heading says latest classes. I'm just going to copy that and navigate back to Visual Studio, and we're going to drop it in there and hit save. Now there's a few things that I do want to do in the section itself. We want to open up a class, and because we have this wave right here, we don't need to add any type of padding at this stage or any type of margin. So that is perfect as it is right there. Now we can actually start by adding the tab system. So stick with me because we're going to add it now. It's going to be great. Now to add a tabbing system, there's a few things that we need to do. The first thing I'm going to do is open up the browser, and we are going to navigate to the Bootstrap documentation. And when we've landed on this beautiful page, we want to search for tabs. So just type in tabs and navigate to tabs. Now this is a large page. There is a lot that goes on this page, but on on the right hand side, you can click or go to JavaScript behavior. And this is what we are looking for. Very simplistic, but this is exactly what we're looking for. So I am going to copy this to my clipboard, navigate back to VS Code, and we are going to drop it into our section right here. So what I want to do is close down this row and open up a new div, call it row, and again, open up a new div and call it MD12. Once that's opened, we can drop in our actual tab that we've just created. We're going to hit save. And when we navigate back to the browser, you are going to notice that it is going to be there, but it's going to be super basic. So you're at the bottom, you can see, and you'll notice that none of it is working. And the reason why it's not working is because we do need to go and add Bootstrap's JS to our project, which we haven't done, by the way. We haven't done that yet. So at this point, if you want this navigation to actually work properly, we would need to do that. So let's go ahead and do that. Navigate back to Bootstrap. We are going to go to getting started. Click on the download section, and we want to use a CDN JS deliver functionality that they have. And we want to make sure that we include Bootstrap Min and Popper.js. That is the one that I normally go for. So we're going to copy this and we are going to add this to our project. So navigating to Visual Studio Code, click on index, scroll right to the top, open up the head, and we are going to drop it in right here. Drop it in and hit save. Now you can technically take it through your Webpack config. That is a little complicated. I've done that before, but because it is CDN JS deliver files, it makes it super complicated to do that. Navigating back to the browser, let's just see if this actually worked, if we have our functionality. And there you go. You can see our functionality is working beautifully. So now we've added that. I just want to hit inspect element to make sure we don't have any errors. And to make sure you don't have any errors, you can open up your console and see if there's any kind of error marks. There isn't any, so it is working great. Now we have the tab section. We can start styling it in. So navigating to Figma, you can see that we need this tabs, all of it, we need it to be nicely centered. So navigating back to our Visual Code or VS Code, I am going to minimize. You can click on this little icon here on the left to minimize the file explorer because we don't need that at this stage. But with that minimized, I am going to minimize or shrink the section as well, shrink that one as well, so we can work on this one right here. Now, a couple of things, because we've copied and pasted this from Bootstrap, there's a few things that we really don't need. And one of those are the very last one. So navigating to the browser and just have a quick look, we have home, profile, contact, and disabled. Like disabled is not doing anything. So we can definitely get rid of that one. So clicking on the last LI, we can just axe that. Same with this one right here. We can get rid of that. So let me quickly explain what is going on here. What are we looking at? So first off, we have our nav tabs and we have our nav or tab content, not nav tabs, but content. You will also notice that the nav tabs has a specific ID, as well as every single LI or button within has a specific ID, data BS toggle, data BS target, and so forth. We also have an area controlled, and that essentially links this up to the actual divs that's within the tab content. Now, one thing I can say, one thing I can add from experience, you got to make 110% sure that you are modifying this properly, because if you don't, it can end up breaking. It can break on you, right? So you want to make sure to avoid that. Now, one thing I normally like to do with these dots, I like to highlight them, open them up a little bit. Going to do the same for the rest of them and just very quickly build out a row system within. So typing out div, adding a row to the class as we always do, and call MD6. And the reason I'm going for 6 is because when we look at our design, I'm just going to navigate over to Figma real quick. You can see that we have 2 columns here. Column 1 is the actual IMG, and column 2 is where the content is going to be located. So that's what we're trying to do. And we also have beginners yoga. So I'm going to copy that big boy right there. Perfect. And navigate back. We are going to change home to beginners yoga, hit save. Over here, I'm just going to say test for now, just so that we can make sure that the base is properly up and running. hit save. We can navigate to the browser. I'm going to close this extra download Bootstrap that we have. We don't really need it anymore, right? Hit refresh on this, and you can see that we have a basic tab system up and running here. We have test on the left and test on the right. So our column system is within there as well, which is awesome. That's exactly what we want. Now we can start moving forward. Let's go and add the content inside of the tabs first. Then we'll go and style in the tabs. So to add the content within, we are going to navigate back to our Figma, and this is where the fun part starts. So we want to disable development, click on the image and disable the border radius. I'm going to explain why we do that. The reason why we do that is because we don't want to export this image with rounded corners, because we're going to use JPEG and it is going to be converted to WebP. We are going to add the radius with using a specific class. So I'm going to change this to PNG and just export it. We are going to save that right there. Navigate to Visual Studio, and we're going to open up our file explorer and we're going to add the image that we just created. All right, so now we have our image dropped into the IMG. By the way, we're probably going to change this later on because we need the image width and height to match the content on the right hand side. And the reason we do that is because of search engine optimization or performance from the website itself. Now, one quick thing I can say is the original size of this image is 394 kilobytes. And we got it down to 50 kilobytes by using that WebP. So when we look in the dist IMG and we'll look at image left, it says WebP. And when I open this in the file explorer, which you probably won't see, but the total size is 46 kilobytes. But we're still going to work on that later on as we optimize this website to make it even smaller than that. Now, let's close this down, navigate back. Now with our image done, where we set test, we are going to add IMG. And we are going to use IntelliSense. So I used, again, control space, and we're going to look for image left. And I'm just going to say image left. Again, this is not SEO optimized. We definitely don't want to do that if we work with proper SEO. All right, so now with that saved, let's have a look at how this is going to look like. I'm excited to see how this is going to look like. And it's not doing anything. It's not working at all. So let's have a look at why it's doing that. So the reason it's doing that is because it has linked to a JPG. We want to change that to WebP. Let's hit save and have a quick look. And there we go. There's our image. It's looking okay. Now, one thing I do want to add is a rounded 3 on this image. So let's click right there, add a class and say rounded 3. Perfect. Now with that done, let's navigate back. There we go. We have our image. It looks pretty good. The next thing I want to do is add a bit of spacing. Like, we do need some spacing here, and we're probably going to do that with our custom classes or the custom variables when we style this in. But I just want, for simplicity purposes, I do want it just to look a little better. So let's navigate to Visual Studio Code, and right here in nav tabs, let's just add an MB5 and see how that looks like. Perfect. I am going to hit save. We're navigating over to the browser and just have a quick peek. There we go. We have a beautiful little space there. Now with that space there, I also want to add a space in between these items. Now what we can do is we can add PELG 4. I'm going to take that and copy it. The reason why we're using LG is because we only want this space to show at the breakpoint of LG. All right, navigating back to the browser, we can see we have beautiful space there, but hey, I want it to be a little bit more. So let's go back and change that to 5. I'm going to change that one to 5 as well. Now, this is all personal preferences, or this is all based on how your design looks like. When I go to the design, I can see we have quite a significant amount of space here. Navigating to the browser, that kind of matches up, and that is good enough. Now that we have the base up and running, and when I say base, I mean the image, we need to go and change the actual text right here. To change the text, we're going to go to Figma. We have beginner's yoga, we have stretching, we have fly yoga, yin yoga, and flow yoga. So I'm just adding that to the clipboard of Windows to easily get back to that again. And right here, I'm just going to minimize our file explorer so we can see what's going on here. Where it says profile, we are going to add our first one, which is stretching. And the next one we're going to add is our fly yoga, which I don't even know what fly yoga is, to be honest. When I designed this, I was like, what the hell is fly yoga? But I guess that's a thing. I guess that's something that people do. I guess I do a bit of yoga, but definitely not fly yoga. I've never heard of that. But anyway, we have beginners yoga, stretching, fly yoga. So let's duplicate this actual LI and drop it in. And let's add the other ones as well. Clicking on that, I'm going to use the clipboard there. We're going to add our yin yoga, and we have one more. So we got to duplicate it once more or once again. And we got to add our flow yoga. There we go. We have all of them added. And when we hit refresh, we can see we have them. We have beginners, stretching, fly, and all that good stuff. Now, with that said, we would need to add specific tab panes for this to make it work properly. Why? Because this tab panes that we already have, it is referring to profile tab pane. And when you look up here, it says profile tab pane, but now we've duplicated contact. So we have contact 3 times. So we do need to modify that, and we'll do that later on as we are styling in this tab. What I want to focus on though first is the actual content on the right hand side. Now, when I click on the heading on the right hand side, you will notice that we are using H3 and it is bold. So that is perfect. Let's start off by doing that. I am going to copy this. Same with this guy. I'm going to copy it. And within our tab section that we've just created, our tab content, our first one, the tab pane, we are going to start adding this. So adding an H3, just typing in H3, and we're going to drop in beginners yoga. And with that, we're going to open up a P tag, and we are going to drop in the content that we have right there. I normally like to add a little enter or a little return just so I have a little bit more control over the P tags. It just makes it a little cleaner. It's all about being clean with your code. With that all said, we're going to open up a class here, and we are going to add font weight bold. With that, we're going to hit save, navigate back to our browser, have a quick peek there, hit refresh, and we should be able to see it. There we go. We are seeing it. Now, one small thing I do want to change, that is something that I should have done earlier on in this video, is just double checking our actual line height. I feel like the line height of the entire website is a little tight, so let's go and modify a variable to be able to achieve that end result that I really like. So navigating to VS Code, we are going to navigate to variables, hit Control F, and we are going to search for line height. And you're going to hit that once or twice until we can get to a point where we have the line height. So we have line height base, line height SM, line height LG, but that's not really what I want to change. I want to change the entire line height of the entire website. So we need to search for that. And we can see that we have heading line height here. We have display line height. That is fine. But I want to see if we can actually change the paragraph line height. So navigating or scrolling down, I am just quickly scanning through this to see if we can actually do that. As far as I know, you can, but hey, they changed this so many times and so quickly. So we want to make sure that we can actually do that. If we cannot do it, then we're just going to use the LH throughout everything. Okay, so I am going to use the LH throughout everything. I can technically go and add a custom class, but maybe the LH is a better way of doing this. So clicking on the P tag, we are going to open up a class, and we're going to type in LHLG. Let's see how that looks like. That looks much better. I really like LH2. Perhaps we should just see how that looks like adding LHLG right here. Add LHLG to it. Yeah, that looks really good. So let's go and apply that. Let's go to that section. So this will be the second section. And right here, we are going to add LHLG. Scrolling down, adding it there as well, and there as well. Hit save, refresh, and we have a little bit more space. That looks good. It just looks so much easier to read. It's all about easiness of reading, right? All right, so now that we have beginners yoga here, go back to Figma itself. I don't want to open up a new tab. I just wanted to go back, and we are going to add this free rugs, changing rooms, and the extra little icons that we have. Now to add it, there's 2 ways of doing this. Number one is we can take this and export it as an SVG. However, the downside is with SEO, you might run into some issues because, SVG, SEO, that just doesn't gel well. So the other option we can do is physically code this out. So one thing I want to do is click on this. On the right hand side, I can see that it says display flex, width and height being 6.25. So navigating back to VS Code, we are going to code this out and let it look great. So the first thing I want to do, we're probably going to use a custom class to do this. I am going to open up my custom classes, and right here, I am just going to add a custom class, and I'm going to call it number icon. You can call it whatever you want. Perfect. Now with that open, we are going to use a little extra step here. We want it to be display flex by default. So to do that, we are going to go at extend, hit enter, and use deflect. You see what I'm doing there is I'm using the extend of SCSS to add an actual class of Bootstrap into our custom classes, which makes it quite nice. Now with that, we're going to add a width, and we are going to say 6.25 rem, and we're going to duplicate that by hitting Alt, Shift, and down arrow, change that width to height as well, and we have beautifully now created a width and height 6.25. So we have the base here. Navigate back to Figma. What we want is this one. We want it, I'm just double checking everything, by the way. I'm just coming back here to make sure everything is what we want. I just want to click on this actual number here. I want to see what the font size is. The font size is 4 rem. I'm going to copy that, and within this, I'm going to type in span. I'm going to add a font size, and we're going to say 4 rem. Perfect. Just going to get rid of that extra little semicolon. Now that we've done this, we're going to take the number icon. By the way, it minimized or it compiled everything here at the bottom, which is good. We are going to go back to our index.html, and we're going to start adding this now. So we got to go back to the actual tab content and start adding this. So we have our lorem ipsum right here. Right within this call 6, we are going to open up another row. So you can add multiple rows within columns as well. There is no limit to that. I'm going to add another div. Perfect. And add a class call MD6. And we're going to duplicate that and open this one up, create another div, and I'm going to drop in that custom class that we just created, put the little one there, and on top of that, we got to navigate back to Figma and see what's underneath it. It's free rugs, and when I disable development, I can see that we used H4 for this, which is perfect. So I'm going to copy those two, and we are going to drop it in, and we are going to open up an H4, drop in that free rugs. Same for the P tags, drop in the content that we copied right there. Now that we've done this, again, cleaning up, I'm huge in making sure stuff is nice and clean. Now that we've done that, we have our one, we have our free rugs, and we have the P tag. A couple of things we can do with the P tag here. MB0, I always like to add an MB0, and now we got to make sure that we add our LGLH. That is done. Next, I want to go back to our custom class. Just want to modify this a little bit. We do want to add one or two extra things. So where we added deflex, we're going to add a comma, and we are going to say rounded circle. Perfect. Hit another comma. Because this is a deflex, we do want to add an align items center. And I also want to add on top of that, I want to add justify content center. Perfect. Hit save. When that is done, we're going to wait for this thing to compile, go back to the index.html, make sure everything looks good. It's probably not going to be 100% yet, so we got to make sure that it is 100%, of course. Going back to the browser, we're going to hit refresh, and hey, it doesn't look even as close as what we want, but I think we're getting closer, to be honest. One thing we got to figure out is why the font size is not applying. Let's go back to VS Code. So the reason it's not doing that is because this one has to be in a span. So we're going to drop that into a span and hit save, go back to the browser, refresh, and there we go. We have our big one. And when I go and inspect element on this beauty right here, I can see when we click on number icon on the right-hand side, we have the width and the height, and we have our rounded circle, hopefully. Let's just see here. We have, yeah, right there, a rounded circle. We have our line item center, justify content, and all that good stuff. Now we gotta go and add this beautiful border. Let's go ahead and do that. VS Code, we are gonna go to custom classes, and within that, we are gonna add to this extent that we've created. So adding a comma, and let's add border And let's add border primary because that's a primary color we're working with. And let's add border 3. Now, technically, you can put all this in one line. I do it this way just because it's cleaner to read when you come back later on. Now, one thing I want to add, going back to index.html, in the span year, just want to add a class and I want to say text primary. Once that's done, we're going to make sure everything has compiled. Go to the browser, hit refresh, and let's see what we have. We have that beautiful looking number 1 that we have, beautiful circle, and it looks pretty good. It looks great. Now I want to add a bold to this and add a bit of spacing between these items. Let's go to Figma. Let's just double check what is that spacing. It's 25 and 25. So that's probably going to be MB3. So going to VS Code, we are going to add MB3. Now you can add the MB3 over here, or you can add it in the custom class over here as well. So let's probably just add it here. Might be a little easier later on when coding. Perfect. That is done. We're going to copy this. I'm going to save it. Go to index.html. I want to do the same for this guy as well. So we want to open up a class, add MB3 and font weight bold. Perfect. That is added right there. Hit save. Let's navigate over to the browser and hit refresh. And there we go. We have the free rugs. And now we can reuse this item. One thing I want to do though, add a bit of spacing here with the paragraph just to make sure that it looks good. So navigating back to VS Code, we are going to add or change this, and we're going to change that to MB3. And within this paragraph right here, we're probably going to try an MB4, see how that looks like. Let's refresh. Yeah, that looks really, really good. Now with this all done, we can literally just go and duplicate everything. We don't need to go and recode all of this again. That's the beauty of what we're doing here. So one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take this whole call MD6 and we're just going to duplicate that. But before I do that, I'm going to get rid of that empty one that we have because we don't need that anymore. So we're going to duplicate this and I'm going to change this to number 2. And I'm going to take this entire row. Actually, just going to clear up this little space here, but I'm going to take this entire row and we're going to duplicate that as well. Now we're going to hit save. Just want to change this to 3 and change this to 4. Hit save and let's refresh and see how it looks like. So this looks pretty good. We have our base up and running. We just got to fine tune a little bit of spacing here just so that it matches a little bit better with the design itself. So here we have 48, which is a number 5 and 48 there as well. So we do want to do that as well. Go to VS Code. And one thing I want to do is just change this to 5, which is the paragraph right above it. And on the first row, let's add a MB5 as not an MB8, but an MB5. All right, let's have a look at see how that looks like. There we go. Now we have, I'm just going to close this. Now we have a beautiful looking beginner's yoga section here and it looks pretty good. Now the image on the left hand side is basically the same height as on the right hand side. So at this point, everything looks pretty good. It looks really, really good. We just need to add or change the headings itself. So I'm just going to copy changing room, go back to our beautiful VS Code, and let's just change that real quick so that we have that done as well and hit save. Let's have a look at how that looks like. Changing room, so free rugs, changing room. And I think the design, we just duplicated it, so it's going to be the same. By the way, what I want you to do as you're following with developing this, why don't you go and add whatever headings you want to add here. Now that we have a base to work with the tabs, the next part of this is styling this part in and wrapping up this classes section. Okay, so now that we have the structural part of this tab section up and running, we have column 6 with the image here, with another column 6 with all the content on the right hand side. Let's focus on styling in these beautiful tabs here. So navigating to VS Code, what I did is I opened up variables, hit the Control F and type in tabs just to get to the tab section of Bootstrap itself. So you will notice that on line 1169, we have some basic tab settings to play around with. Now, with that said, we still would need to go and create a custom class to modify this to exactly what we want, because this right here, these variables do not have all of the settings that we need to be able for our tab system to look like that we have on our design itself. Now, moving back, the first thing I want to do is a look at nav tab border color. Now, going back to Figma and zooming in, we see that we have primary for our border, but the thing is, we probably not going to style in nav tabs border color. We're probably going to style in the active color, because when we look at the design, we can see that the active color is the one that has the border. The rest of them don't have anything else. So we would need to look at styling in the actual active border color. So let's start off with that. I'm going to copy the active border color, navigate over to custom vars right at the bottom where we created the shadow. I am going to add a new comment and I'm going to say tab settings. And once I've done that, let's drop in that variable. And the color I want to go for is primary. So we're just going to type in primary and we are going to hit save for that to compile. Let's just make sure that it compiles perfectly, which it just did. Navigating to the browser, we can hit refresh and let's see if we can see anything. So we can see that our primary color has been added to the active link, which is good. The next step is to make sure that we get this actual border radius the way that we want it, and also the thickness. We need to change the thickness. So navigating back to the variables, let's see what we have. We only have active color and active BG. That's why I said we're probably going to need to use some custom classes here to achieve what we want. So let's go and use this active color, copying it and pasting it in here. I am going to do the same as what I did with the border. So I'm going to use primary, hit save there. And so next we are just going to double check and see if there's anything else that we can use within the actual variables folder. What it looks like, we can potentially use the nav tab border radius. So maybe let's use that. And because our non-active background and border, there's nothing there. So we can probably piggyback off of that with the border radius. So let's do that. I am going to drop in border radius and I want to add, let's just go back to Figma real quick. I know we're jumping back and forth here a lot, but I just want to see what is the actual radius of this guy. So the radius here is 0.85. I'm going to copy just that. I'm going to hit Control C, go to VS Code, and let's drop it in here. I'm just going to remove that first part and let's hit save. Let's see what we have. I'm just going to give it a second for that to compile and let's go to the browser and see what we have. So we have that border radius on the top of the actual tabs, but we don't have that at the bottom. And we still, when we hover, we still have a effect there that we probably won't or do not want. Now, before we move forward, I'm just going to inspect element, because one thing I want to do is see what we need to do to get rid of this line at the bottom. So most likely that line is either in the nav tabs or nav area, or it's going to be within the nav item. So I'm just going to test it out here. We're going to add border 0 and see if that works. So that definitely worked. We are going to do the same. We're going to just copy this, go to VS Code, and we are going to add that to our nav tab item, or on nav tabs for that matter. So right here, I'm just going to paste that in, hit save, refresh, and that is gone. So we are getting closer. The next step that I want to do is probably start playing around with custom classes to get the next thing going, and to get the next part of this going. One thing I want to do is add a custom class, and we're just going to say tabs container, and you can name it whatever you want. You can add whatever you want. I'm just going to say classes, just so that I know that this is the classes section that we're going to work with. And in the custom class, I am just going to minify number 1, or the number icon, and just add a little comment and say, this is the classes section tabs. Perfect. We're going to drop that in, and within that, we're going to start playing around with it. Now, when I go back here, actually, when I go back to the index.html, I'm going to hit save so that we can refresh the browser and have that class in there, that class name. So we have tabs container classes. And now I want to start messing about or customizing the nav item. So taking the nav item, copy it. Let's go back to our custom classes and let's drop that in there because that's what we're going to start customizing right now. And back to the browser, what we want for this specific nav item is probably a rounded 3. So I just want to see how that looks like when I add rounded 3. So that's not really doing anything for us. And I think the reason for that, it's because the styling of beginner's yoga is not the nav item, but more the nav link within the tabs itself. So I just want to see how that would look like if we add it there. So yes, it is applying it when we add a rounded of some sorts to the nav link. So that is what we're going to work with in our custom classes. Go back to custom class. In the nav item, we are just going to drop in nav link, and I'm probably going to go for something custom here. So adding border radius, navigate back to Figma so that we can see what that radius is all about. We already did this, by the way, I just realized that, but we're just gonna drop that in here, hit save, wait for this thing to compile, and then we're gonna have a look at how that looks like. So I'm gonna hit refresh, and that looks pretty close to our design. When you look at our design, it's starting to match up. The next thing though is the actual width, and when I click on this in Figma and I look at it, it has a border of 2px and it's a solid border. I just want to see in the variables if there's any type of, so we can definitely use this variable and apply that to our custom var page. So I'm going to drop that in, and I'm going back, and it's quite interesting. And this is quite interesting, is they're using px. Everything else is rem, but they're using px on the border itself. We are going to use it. I'm going to use that plugin that I've mentioned earlier by hitting Alt Z to convert it into rem. You don't have to technically convert it into rem because there is a lot of pixels here and there, so you don't necessarily need to do that. I'm just going to use it for consistency and just going to refresh, and there we go. That looks pretty good. Next thing I want to add is a little bold to it. So in the nav link, I am going to open up and extend again, and we are going to say font weight bold. Perfect. We're going to hit save so that that thing can compile here on the bottom. Always make sure that it compiles properly. That's why I'm mentioning it over and over and over. But now we're starting to get somewhere. I'm just going to zoom in and make sure. For some reason, everything now has a primary color, which is something we don't want. To change that, we're probably going to go back to right here. It says active colors primary, so it's not that is affecting it in that matter. So we need to figure out, go back to the browser and figure out why exactly is the rest of them also changing color, because that's not what we want. Clicking on the actual button navlink, I want to check and see why just navlink itself has a primary color, and I can see right here primary color, or navlink right here has the primary color assigned to it. So we got to go back and see why exactly that is happening. And that might most likely be because we've customized the variables, and we customized an additive active color, which doesn't make any sense, by the way. Nevertheless, let's go and add another class over here. I'm just going to say text dark, and just to see and test how that looks like. Get that thing to properly compile, and let's navigate back and see if that's going to change everything. And it is changing it, but it's changing it for everything now again. So to modify this, I am just going to add a active part, meaning that when the nav link is active, it will use the primary. So I'm going to copy that over, get rid of the bold. We don't need that, but change the dark to primary. Perfect. We're going to give this a second to compile, and let's have a look and see how that looks like. There we go. So now we have our active color being primary and a non-active color being the rest of them. The next thing I want to do is get rid of this hover effect and get the spacing to space out a little bit more and get the whole thing to be centered. So to do that, we are going back to variables, and we're going to have a look and see if we can modify the actual padding of these, or the actual space or gap. And it looks like we don't really have the ability to do that. Let's have a look. It says border color, border width, radius, hover border color, and that's actually that one we need to get rid of that hover border color. So let's jump or drop that in, and we're just going to say none over here, and let's see if that actually compiles. Sometimes none compiles, sometimes it doesn't, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, right? And in this case it did not work. Let's just see what are they looking for. So they're looking for a specific nav border color. Okay, so it looks like they are looking specifically for a color, so we are going to say transparent and see if that works. And once that's done, there we go. Now we don't have that effect, which is beautiful. That's what we want. Next, let's get this thing to be centered. So what we can do, there's a few things or a few ways you can do it. The easiest way to do this is converting this into a deflex, which most likely it is already, and then use justify content center. So let's test and see if this thing is already a deflex content center, and it is. So perfect. That's all we need to do to get it to the center. So I'm going to copy this, go to my index.html, and we're just going to paste that into our nav area or in our nav tab right here. You can put it in there. Alternatively, what you could do as well as add it as an extend into your tabs container classes, but I'm going to keep it simple. So don't get confused while I go back and forth like this, but doing justify content center, that's perfect. That's good enough. And that's also still considered lean coding. So you still at the good spot there. But now we have our tabs in the center and it is looking good. We just need to populate it properly, but it looks good. I just want to see if the spacing in between these items are correct. So navigating to Figma itself and just have a look at the spacing. So it looks like we have a 3 rem spacing. If I disable the development, we can actually get the pixels. That's 48, which means it is a spacing total of 5 in Bootstrap. By the way, if you're only watching this video now or you came across this video now, make sure to check out in the description. I have the full video of this in the description below, as well as the full video of the design when we designed this entire website in Figma. I also have the GitHub repository, so you can take this design, you can fork it, you can also take all my code that I've developed here, and you can also fork that in GitHub. Also, last thing, just make sure to hit the like and subscribe button. I will truly appreciate it. All right, let's move on. This part now, we've had the content or justify content center. Now we just want to make sure that the actual spacing in between them is consistent, which I can see off the bat that it isn't properly consistent because we need a 3 rem in between them. So let's see what we have here. When I go and inspect element and have a quick look, it looks like that the spacing in between is defined by nav item and or the button itself. So there's a few things or a few ways that we can achieve or get to the bottom of this. I think the quickest way or the easiest way for us to do it is adding a gap here, but we got to be very careful because we can't technically add gap 5, spacing 5, because that's going to be too much. So we're probably going to go for a gap 3, and that probably would look pretty good. Yeah, that looks really, really good. That looks exactly what I want. So when I just close this inspect element and have a quick peek here, I can see that, hey, this looks really, really good. We have the base here, and going back to the design, it looks and matches up pretty closely. Now, last thing, we just want to go to VS Code and we just want to add that gap 3, hit save. And there we go. We have our tab system up and running. Now, the last thing we need to do before finishing up this chapter is adding a nice little button that says get a free trial. So I'm just going to copy the actual text. I'm going to copy it right there. And we are going to add that to our section, and I am going to open up a new div. So just FYI, if I'm going too quickly, I did minimize the row with the nav items inside, or the nav tabs, or the tabs for that matter, and I'm opening up or creating a new row. Within that, I'm creating another div, calling it call MD12. And within that, we are going to drop in a button. Now, to save time, I'm going to navigate way to the top, section number 1, and copy one of these buttons that we already created and drop it in right here. Quick thing, I want to check it out. It says button primary. Probably not going to go for button LG, just a normal button. And we want to drop in that content or that text that we copied from Figma itself. Now, let's go ahead and save this, get this all to minimize and minify and all that good stuff, and refresh. We can see there's our button. Now, one thing I've noticed is, and this is kind of something that we do need to change, is do you see that little line or that kind of, it looks like a light shadowish thing? That is there because of a border. So we do need to disable the border on this button. Before I go ahead and do that, I just want to check something real quick, because one thing I already noticed is when I look at our slide, for some reason this button is super rounded. It's a rounded pull, which in our design it's not. So we do need to fix that as well. One thing we can do is we can add a few extra items into the actual button itself, or extra class or two. So let's do that. Let's go to that actual button. Let's have a look, and let's just say rounded 3. So when I hit save and see how that looks like when we hit refresh, it is not applying it, so we need to figure out why. Let's just go back and change it to rounded 2. Let's see how that looks like. So rounded 2 is not great. It did change it, by the way, but it's not 100% there because it's not rounded enough. Let me just make sure. Yeah, we do definitely need to increase the radius just a slight bit. So let's go to variables and just see if we have defined any of the radiuses for the buttons itself. Navigating to our variables folder, we're going to search for buttons and just quickly look at where is the button radius, see if we might need to grab it and modify the default. So I don't see, oh, right here, border radius, button border radius. That's what we want. And I'm actually going to copy all of them and reuse or use all of them. We're going to drop this in, and I just want to get rid of these guys right here. And I just want to make sure that we don't already declare it somewhere. You never know. Maybe we are. No, we are not, which is perfect. What I want to do is navigate to Figma and get the radius here. And the radius here, it looks like it's 0.38. Go to VS Code, type in 0.38 rem. And just getting rid of the spacing here in the beginning. I'm going to copy this and just apply it to all of them for now, just so that we can see the changes. I'm going to hit save, get this thing to compile. And while it's compiling, I'm going to navigate back and see, oh, one thing I just want to add or change in the HTML itself, just get rid of that rounded 2 that we had. And once that's done, let's see how this looks like. Just quickly navigating back while we wait for this thing to load, I just quickly realized that I want to change this. I'm going to change that 3 to a 5, get that to compile real quick. And once that's done, let's see how that looks like. Yeah, that looks really, really good. Let's just go and remove that extra line that we have, or that kind of border look and feel. In index.html, we just want to add a little extra to the book A section in the class section. I'm just going to add border 0 and hit save. And once you've done that, you'll see that it removes that. So that looks pretty good. I'm going to do the same for contact us, because I can see that there's a slight little line on contact us. If I zoom in and just show you, you'll see it. It's right there. So we're just going to remove that, back to VS Code and add border 0. And I'm just going to add shadow none as well, just to make sure that it's not a shadow that we were seeing. There we go. Everything is gone. So it looks pretty good. These buttons are good. We don't need to change anything at this point. Just scrolling down at the bottom, I just want to finish off the button that we have here. So same in custom variables, we will use 0.58 for the normal radius as well. I'm going to copy this and drop it in for both of them for now, and we'll see how that looks like. We'll get that thing to compile, but while that thing is compiling, go to the index.html. I just want to type in text center on this one and hit save. Once that's done, go back and refresh. So that looks good. One thing is removing that border, the same as what we did at the top. So adding border 0. And last thing is just adding a MB5 so that we have a space between our tab system and the button. So there we go. We have that. I feel like that radius is not 100% there yet. So let's go back to custom vars and just change this up real quick. At the border radius for the normal one, let's change this back to let's change it to a 0.48. Hit save. And last thing I want to do is add in this section area, I want to add a PB6. Let's hit save. Go back to the browser, hit save, and that right there looks good. So when I look at that versus the actual design, it's getting pretty close. Okay, so now that we've created the latest classes section, the next section we're going to focus on is our great team, and we're going to put this together and design it. And then we're going to do the CTA and the footer. So make sure to stay tuned. That's in the next chapter following, and make sure to like and subscribe to my YouTube channel. We'll truly appreciate that. Up next, our great team. Let's start with this great team. All right, so I am in Figma. I have the dev tool activated, and we are looking at creating this great team section. I'm going to use the dark color again. This design has multiple options, and it's part of that other video that I created where we created multiple design options. So if you haven't checked that out, make sure to check the description below. Now, the first thing I want to do is set up our environment. Let's navigate back to Visual Studio Code. And one thing I want to do is just minimize all the sections so it makes it a little easier for us to see everything. And on top of that, I'm just going to check in my code. You got to make sure you regularly check in your code. So I'm just going to say completed classes section. All right, that's done. We are going to commit and sync. Again, if you want to know how to set up a Docker container, if you want to know how to set up everything that I've done within this environment, make sure to check the full video in the description below. And if you check on my channel, I also have shorter video sections of each chapter of this long video that just makes it a little easier. So make sure to check that out. One of the videos does say set up a perfect environment. All right, so next we are going to create another section, and within that section we're now going to copy and paste what we already created. So I do want to recreate the our services section. When we look at it on the browser itself, you can see that we already created a heading. So hey, why not reuse it? So let's just do that, right? What we're going to do is copy this whole entire row. I'm going to minimize the section again. Going to open up another div. We are going to create a container, and within the container we're going to drop that in. Let's go to Figma and copy this our great team. At the right hand side of Figma you can hit the copy there. Let's go back, and by the way, you can also slow down this video if I go way too fast, and also drop in the comments if you feel like everything is a little bit too fast. I'll definitely keep that in mind with the next video that I do. All right, back to Figma. We need to change the word team to be the primary color, so let's do that. I'm going to cut it, open up a span, and drop that team in there. And within that span, open up a class and say text primary. Perfect. Now that is done. We should be able to have a look at this. Before I do anything though, I do want to change the color. So opening up a class end section, I'm going to add PY6. And before that, I will add BG dark. Just going to get rid of that extra space there. Also going to get rid of that space there. Navigate to the browser and let's see how this looks like. There we go. We are getting there. We have our dark right here and we can see team. We still got to change the text to white. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to add it though to this entire section. I'm going to say text white because we most likely going to do that. Let's hit refresh, have a quick look. There we go. We have our great team. Next, we need to add this paragraph. So I'm going to click on it. Make sure you're in dev mode, by the way, and hit copy, go back to Visual Studio Code, and we are going to create another section for this, or another row. All I'm going to do though is I am going to copy row, drop it in again, get rid of H2. We will use this P tag, so getting rid of that extra space right there and dropping in that text that we copied. Again, I'm using the clipboard feature of Windows to be able to copy multiple items. I'm just going to clean this up a little bit so it's easier to read. As always, I think you've noticed now as you followed the video, I am very particular of how your code should look like. Next, I will have a look at Figma just to see we do need an MB5 as well. Navigating back, we do have an MB5. We don't want the text capitalized, and we definitely don't want text medium. So we just want MB5. Let's hit save and see how this looks like. Navigating back to the browser, hitting refresh, and there we go. We have our space right here and we have our text. Now notice how bright this text is. It is super bright. One thing you can do is add a little bit of an opacity to the P tag. So adding opacity 75, hitting save, and let's see how that looks like. See, that just looks a little better. That's one way of doing it. There's multiple different ways and tactics you can do it. All right, so with that done, let's look at the images. Now we got to export these images. I am disabling the dev environment, selecting all of the images, and how I select it, you'll see on the left-hand side. How I select it is holding in Shift and Control and selecting them. I want to get rid of the border radius, and now I want to rename this. So we want to right click over here and say rename. When you do that, a box appears, and the reason we're doing this is because each of these images needs a unique name. We are going to type in rename to. I'm just going to say IMG with a little hyphen, and let's add the numbering system. So we're going to have 1 and it kind of goes up like this. Actually, I'm going to do it the other way around. Let's see how that looks like. That looks better. I'm going to do it that way. Let's say rename. You're going to notice everything gets renamed. So from 1 down to 6, I'm going to hold in Shift and Control and select all of them again, export and export as a JPEG, and get this thing to export properly. Now that we've exported it, we'll navigate to VS Code and add it in, and we're going to add it into our SRC. And I'm just going to select and grab all of the images that we've exported, drop it in here. Now, because we've renamed it to 1 to 6, and you can rename it to whatever you want. You're going to see, by the way, our task manager just moved it over and created a WebP for it. That's perfect. But you can rename and name it whatever you want. I just call it as is. If this was a real project, though, I would have subfolders with everything within. So I'll probably have a team member subfolder and put these images within that subfolder. But for now, we just want to try and keep it straightforward. I am now going to minimize the File Explorer just so we can work on our code. And the next part of this is we probably need to create a row and column system for these images navigating to VS Code. Let's go ahead and do that. Clicking on the row, I'm going to minimize this one. And one thing I just want to double check is if this div tags are aligned properly. One thing you can do is right click and say format document, and it will format it properly for you. With that done, just minimize the row. We're going to open up a new div, and it's going to be a row. And within the div, I am going to open up call MD4 and duplicate that a few times. Actually, no, let's not do that. Let's get rid of that. I'm going to show you something else. Within the call MD4, open up and create an IMG. With the SRC, we are going to hit Control Space just to get our IntelliSense to work. And we're going to say IMG1. However, we're going to get rid of JPEG. And I'm just going to say in the alt text, again, if you've joined the video, I've said this a million times. You don't want to just say image 1 or image 2 with alt text. For search engine optimization, you always want to make sure that you are very descriptive with your alt text. For the simplicity of this video, I am just saying image 1, but always make sure that you do your keyword research before adding any of your alt text. Now, I just want to add a width and height as well, because when it comes to the performance part of the website, we are developing this to be lean and high performance. Adding a width and height because that's one of the key things that performance metrics look at. All right, what I want to know is what is the width and height of this image. When I disable this, I can see it's 408 by 350. So we're going to do that. Width is 408 and 350. Let's quickly test this. Let's see if our image is actually working the way it should be and it's added, which is good. One thing I want to add before we start duplicating this is just a rounded look and feel, the same that we had on the design itself. Opening up a class, I'm just going to add rounded. Start with 3, see how 3 looks like. There we go, 3 looks pretty good. Now we can go and duplicate this. So just literally taking this and dropping it in twice, changing this to 2 and 3, and same with this one, changing that to 2, oh, not 3, 2 and 3. Perfect. With that done, take this entire row and copy it and drop it in. See why I rename my images from like 1 to 6? It's because when you do stuff like this, it is definitely easier. I'm just going to change this as well. And this one will also change to 6. Same with this. Let's change it to 4. Oh, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 4, 5. And last one is 6. All right, so now that we've added all the images, let's just have a look and see how it looks like. It looks pretty good. We have a little bit of a gap here. When we go to the design itself, we do need some spacing at the bottom as well. So navigating back to the browser, we do need to add a bit of spacing there. Let's go to VS Code and do that. So in the row, we will add an MB4. Let's see how that would look like. Going to the browser and hit refresh. That looks pretty good. Now you could take this a step further and add a bit of padding on the images as well, just to give more space in between. I'm going to keep it straightforward and simple. I want to add a shadow, a little bit of a shadow. Let's see how that would look like if we add shadow. Just going to hit save just to see how it looks like on one image. That looks pretty good. You can't really see it, but it does add a little bit of an effect. So let's add that to the rest of them. Again, I'm using Bootstrap Shadow to do this. And if you've only joined the video now, check out the full video where I explain how to use Shadow in exact detail. All right, so now we have our images. We need to probably add a button right at the bottom. The button says, learn more about us. I'm going to activate the dev part. And with that activated, I just want to click on the button and copy the actual content. We will go back to one of the previous sections we made and copy a row that we already created for the button itself. With that, I'm going to minimize the row in this entire section. I just want to see why it's doing this. We might have an issue here. We actually do. We have a bunch of rows in here and it looks like I made a mistake. I just want to move this closing div tag to right here. And with that all done, format document. There we go. Now it is proper, which means if we minimize this, we're going to have all our rows. Now that's one thing to always keep in mind when you develop, is always keep an eye on things like this, because as you develop, you might forget or not even see the mistake that you made. And just look at that. I just made a mistake, right? So just keep an eye on things and make sure that you always double check everything. I'm going to drop in that content that we copied from Figma itself. So learn more about us, hit save. Let's go to the browser and have a peek and see how it looks like. All right, so we do have our button there. The last thing we need to do is just add a bit of spacing to the one row. So going back, we will change or add MB5 to it, go back, and there we go. We have our great team all done. It looks good. Just want to double check. Yeah, that looks good. Now, in the next section of this video, or the next chapter, or in the next video for that matter, we will create this beautiful call to action. Again, this is all part of a big video that I'm creating to show you how to develop a website from start to finish, from everything, from Docker to Python to Flask to HTML to Bootstrap, you name it, we are doing everything. By the way, make sure to like and subscribe to my YouTube channel. I do post videos like this on a regular basis, on a weekly, monthly, daily basis. So make sure to check out my channel. Up next, let's add this call to action. All right, so now in the previous chapter or the previous video, we created this beautiful team, great team section. The next thing we're going to add is, or create for that matter, is a call to action. Now, looking at this, looking at all of the design prototypes that we have here, I'm probably gonna go for this call to action. I like this one a little bit more than that color fade that we have over here. And by the way, if you've only joined the video now, make sure to check out the full video in the description below where I'm designing and developing this website from start to finish. So there's two videos, one for the design and one for the development. And by the way, make sure to drop your comment. I would love to get your feedback on all of this. Truly appreciate it. And while you do that, make sure to like and subscribe. All right, let's jump into it. Let's go back to VS Code and minimize the last section that we worked on. And I'm going to create a new section. And this section is specifically that for our call to action. Now, Going back to Figma, one thing that I do have here is spacing. We have a total spacing of 6 rem, so we do need to add that to our section. So I'm going to add a PY6, and within that, we are going to now add our background image. So earlier on in the previous chapters, we did create a style background image. So I'm just going to reuse this code that we have here. By the way, I have this on GitHub pages. I have all of this whole entire design. You can use it. It is free to use, where you can play around with it or even use it in a project for that matter. With that, we do have a background image style right there. I am specifically using a in style for the background and for the background image only, because if you use a custom class for it, it can get confusing when a project gets pretty big. All right, navigating back to Figma, let's quickly export this image. I'm going to select it. We're going to make sure that we do have a good name for it. I'm going to disable dev just to make sure that we do. And yeah, that's not 100% great. So I'm going to rename that and just call it CTA just to keep it simplistic. On the right-hand side, we're going to export it and export it as a PNG. All right, now that it's exported, I navigated back to VS Code. We are going to open up our file explorer and drop our image into this IMG folder. So I'm just going to do that real quick. All right, now that I dropped it in, you'll see that it will open up another tab for us just to show the IMG. I just want to double check if our task manager moved it over, and it looks like it did. It also converted that for us in a WebP file. Now that we've done that, we can change our URL, and we can change the last part. We can change it to CTA. Hit save and navigate over to the browser. It's probably not going to look good. Hey, that looks much better than I thought it would, but it definitely is repeating the background. So let's have a look and see if we can reuse our slide section class. Probably not. I'm just going to navigate to custom classes and have a look at it. So the slide section has a background repeat and a background size color. So that is what we want. Those two is what we want. What we can do, just to save on performance sake, we will create a custom class here. I am going to call it CTA section. Copy that and navigate back to our classes, add that to our slide section. So I'm going to add a comma. There we go. And on top of that, we'll also create another one below it. So what's going to happen here is when you add slide section and CTA section, it will adapt all of this for both classes. But the reason why we're opening it up again is because I don't want this height 56 rem. So we're going to override that. I'm going to add in height, and I'm just going to say auto. Let's see if auto works. And we probably would need to add an important there. Now, one thing I do notice that we do have an error. Oh, the error has been solved. It has compiled successfully. So let's refresh and see what happens here. I'm just going to right click and inspect element and see if that hide auto that we created is applying properly. Yeah, it is applying properly. Perfect. So you'll see what I meant here. Because we grouped CTA section and slide section together, you'll see that we have class names applying these three, but we are overriding it with hide auto, and that's exactly what we want. Next, navigating back to Figma, we do need to have a look at what we want here. So we want a box on the right-hand side, and within the box, we want to say free 30-day membership. I'm going to copy all of this, and we're just going to have a quick peek and see what is the size of this heading. I can see on the right-hand side that it is display heading 4, semi-bold, and the text is just a normal text-based text. Let's go back to Visual Studio Code. Within our section, we'll open up another div, which is going to be a row. Within that row, open up another div. And with this, I'm going to say call MD. Let's start with a 4, and then this is the little trick you can do is go MS Auto. What MS Auto is going to do is it's going to push our box to the right-hand side. And within that, we will add H2 and drop in 30-day trial. Within the H2, I'm just going to minimize this just so we can have more space here. Within the H2, I will add a display 4 and font weight bold, and probably going to add a MB4. We'll add a P tag, and within the P tag, we'll drop in that content that we have. Just want to make it clean. So I'm always add a little bit of a return or an enter there, just so it makes it easier to read when you come back a few days later or whenever. Let's hit refresh and see how that looks like. That looks good. So it is pushing it to the right-hand side. Now we just got to finish this off by adding a background to it. Within all of this, I'm going to grab all of this and we're going to hit cut. We're going to cut it, create another div, drop all of that in there, call a class and add BG wide. And I'm probably going to add rounded 3 as well. And on top of that, let's add a shadow LG. Perfect. With that all done, let's hit refresh and see how it looks like. So that looks pretty rough at this stage. And the reason why it's looking that rough, because we do need to add some padding to it. So let's add a padding. I'm going to start with a radical size. Let's start with P6. I'm going to hit save, come back, and let's see how that looks like. So that's way too much, as you can see. So let's go back and go for P5 and see how P5 looks like. Hit refresh. That looks pretty good. I mean, it's not 100% there yet. I feel like the actual font is too thick, and it looks like we're using a different font style. In the actual design, it looks like they, or I, for that matter, used the base font. But you know what? Because I'm the designer and the developer, I like this more. I just want to change this to semi-bold instead of bold. So going back, let's just change this to semi-bold. Now, with that all done, one thing I've noticed, because we're using that MS Auto, it is pushing a little bit of the content to the right-hand side. So let's go and change that. Also, I want to make this roundness maybe a little less. Navigate to VS Code and let's just have a quick peek and see if we can make this better. One thing we can do, instead of using MS Auto, we can get rid of this, and right here at the row, we can say justify content end. Hit save, and let's change this rounded to rounded 2. Go back to the browser, hit refresh, and for some reason it is still pushing some of our content to the right hand side. And let's go and inspect element. Maybe there's something that we've missed as we've developed this. All right, so I just realized what I've missed, and that is part of development is constantly back and forth. We got to take this row, cut it, and create another div, and within that div add a container. Hit save. Let's go back and see if it's still doing that. And there we go. It fixed the problem, but it is now within a container, and we probably want to use a container fluid. So let's change that container to container fluid. Hit save, navigate to the browser as per usual. And there we go. We don't have it pushing to the side anymore. But one thing though is I want this space and this space to be the same over here as well. And I still feel like this is too thick. Let's go back to VS Code and just quickly apply that. One of the things that I want to change is this. So let's change the PY just to P6. The heading, we want to change this just to normal. See how normal is going to look like. Let's refresh and see. That looks really, really good. One thing I want to do with the P tag is add that LG on the line height, opening up the P tag, and we're just going to say line height. Oh, this keyboard is just beautiful. I definitely need a new keyboard, by the way. And hit refresh. That looks good. Now the last thing we need to do is add our buttons. Going to Figma, we are going to add this. Now this looks very similar to what we have in the slide section. So when I scroll into the slide section, you'll see that we already have this base. Might as well reuse it. Let's navigate back to Visual Studio. Right at the first section, we're just going to copy this right here. We're going to reuse that. It's just going to save us so much time and effort. One thing I want to do is add MB5 right here on the paragraph itself. Hit save and go back to Figma. I just want to see what is the wording on those buttons. It says book a session and contact us, and I think that's the same. Yeah, the book a session and contact us. Let's hit save, go back to the browser, hit refresh, and there we go. We have a beautiful looking call to action section. We have the lady on the left-hand side, and she's doing beautiful yoga, and we have our call to action on the right-hand side, and we have a blur in the background as well, which makes it great. Now that we've done this, the next part of this video, the last chapter, we are going to add a footer. So the footer is up next. All right, so now that we've created our call to action, the next part of this is the footer itself. So this section or this chapter is all about the footer. And by the way, if you came across this video on YouTube, make sure to check in the description below. I do have a full video where we're doing this from start to finish. Everything is there, including the GitHub pages for you to fork this development as well as the design. And on top of that, I have a full video where I show you how to design this entire entire thing, this entire beautiful yoga fitness website from start to finish. So make sure to check that all out. And last but not least, before we continue, make sure to smash that like and subscribe button. I would truly appreciate that. I do post videos like this on a weekly, daily, or monthly basis. All right, so let's work with this footer. One thing we do need to do is add or open up footer tags on our actual VS Code or on our HTML. So navigating back, we can see that the node is still running properly. We have our Docker container running properly here as well. So everything is still working the way it is. And the web config, as well as our Gulp task manager, is still running perfectly. All right, with that all said, let's minimize everything. So I'm going to minimize it. I'm going to show you how to create a footer, a proper footer. Now, in the section below, we're going to add footer and open that up. And we are going to open up a class and we will add py5. Now we have the base of the footer. I'm all about, as you know by now, reusing your code. We've already in the nav itself added the logo, the primary logo. So just want to quickly show you when we navigate to the browser itself, hit refresh, scroll to the top. We already have the logo here, so might as well reuse it. Going to take this IMG, we're going to copy it and we're going to drop it into the footer itself. But before we do that, I'm going to open up a container. Perfect. Now that the container is open, we'll open up a row system. Perfect. The row system is open. I am just going to quickly go to Figma. I just want to look at how the row system is going to look like. So we do have the logo on the left and we do have some links on the right hand side. So with that said, we can probably start with a column of 6 and see how that goes. Now within that column, I'm going to drop in that image, hit save. Now that we've done that, navigate to the actual browser, scroll down to the bottom, we can see there is our logo looking fancy, looking great. All right. With that done, let's add the navigation on the right hand side. With that said, let's go to VS Code and have a look at how we can do that. All right, so to create the navigation system, let's go to the browser and navigate to the Bootstrap documentation. Once the Bootstrap documentation is open, hit the search and we're going to search for nav. I just want a basic nav structure that we can use, something that's super simplistic. One of them is probably going to be this one right here. No, that's still too complicated. Let's scroll down and see if there's something even easier that we can use for what we are trying to achieve here, because we really just want something super, super basic. So I can see that we had nav bar. Let's go to nav and tabs. Maybe there's something here. All right, right here. We can use this one right here. It's super simplistic. So I'm going to hit the copy and I'm going to copy it, go to VS Code, and we're going to drop this in to our VS Code. We just need to modify this just a little bit because obviously we don't want disabled. What we want is home. And going back to Figma, let's have a quick look. It says home. I'm just going to copy this all using Windows' clipboard feature. All right, navigating to Visual Studio, we're going to drop that in here. We have services, we have our facility, and I'm just duplicating those. And we have about and contact us. I'll just type out the last one. I don't know which one is easier. All right, so once we've done that, we're going to hit save, go to the browser and just have a quick peek and see how that looks like. It's probably not going to be what we want. I'm going to close the documentation. We probably don't need that anymore. Hit refresh and we can see, okay, cool. We do have our navigation here at the bottom. One thing I do want to do is make sure that it's right aligned. So going back to VS Code, in the nav section, type in text end. Let's see if that does the trick. Go back to the browser, hit refresh. I'm just going to inspect element and see what's going on here and why it's not pushing it to the right hand side. Let's have a look. It says nav. So I used text end and it looks like that is not going to solve our problem. So we don't even need to use that, but let's open up the class here and call MD6. I just want to see what happens if we type in text end over there. So nothing is happening there as well. One thing we can try and do is change this to a deflex. Let's go ahead and add deflex and justify content end. There we go. Now pushed it to the end side. So that's definitely what we are going to do. I just want to double check everything. Yeah, that looks good. Navigating to our Visual Studio Code, we are going to do the same here because obviously when you inspect element, you're only testing. So we're going to say deflex justify content end. Awesome. Now that we've done that, we're going to hit save and refresh, and everything is going to be on the right hand side. Beautiful. Next, I want to add that line that we have. Now there's multiple ways of doing that. There's a helper class that you can use in Figma. You can use HR. Personally, I've always used a border just because you have a little bit more control of a border. So let's add a border on this row right here. Minimize that, call LG6. I'm going to say border to border and border light. And I just want to change this border to border bottom, because if you just say border, it's going to add a border to all of them. We just want a border bottom specifically. So let's see how that looks like. We can see that there is a border there, but it is way, way, way too light. So I am going to change this border light. Let's change it to border dark. And I want to add a bit of a spacing between the border and the actual logo and content. So let's try PY4. Let's just see how that looks like. And I'm also going to add an MB4, hit save. That looks super thick. I've just noticed one thing I want to do. It's not PY, it's actually going to be PB. And on top of that, I'm going to add an opacity of 25. Let's see how that looks like. So navigating back, let's see. That is getting there. It's getting closer. Now that we've added an opacity, it's adding an opacity to the whole thing. So that's not going to be the solution that I'm going to go with. So now with that all said, we probably are going to need to customize our color that we're going to use for this border. Now to do that, we are going to change border 2 to border 1. I'm going to hit save, and I'm going to show you how to add a custom color to Bootstrap. All right, so to do that, go to custom vars. We're going to scroll right to the top, and I want to take these and add them as an actual class name. Now there's many ways of doing this. I just want a specific one, and I want gray 500. So we want to add this gray 500. Most likely going to use a custom class. Now you can technically go and do a map merge or a theme color add, but I don't want it to be too complicated. So let's just do it by using a custom class. So I'm going to open up a footer tag, and once that's opened, I am going to add a custom class to the HTML. So navigating back to the HTML, and let's just add a custom class here, and let's just call it footer nav row. With that, I am going to save that and go back to custom class. We are going to drop that in there. And with that, we will now modify the actual border. So I'm going to say border bottom color, and we will say gray 500. Hit save. And with that, we just want to, looks like I changed this over here, went over to ports. I'm just going to go back to terminal, make sure that this has successfully compiled, which it did. Go back to the browser, hit refresh, and it's getting closer. We can see that the border is way thinner, but 500 is way too thick. But I just also want to make sure that our border bottom dark is not affecting it. So I'm going to get rid of that class, hit save again. Go to the browser, and hey, look, that looks perfect right there. That's exactly what I'm looking for. So right there, we have a beautiful looking border. I'm just going to zoom in if you can't see it. It's right there, and it looks pretty classy. It looks really good. All right, with that done, the next part of this, the next step is adding the icons and the last bit on the right-hand side. So let's zoom in and select all of these icons. And I want to make sure that I'm selecting them properly, and I'm probably going to do a mass rename on these guys. So clicking on that, hitting mass rename, I'm going to call it social icons, and then use a numbering system 1 to 4, and we can rename them. There we go. It's quickly renamed. And let's go and export these. I'm going to export them as SVGs because they are vectors, so they would be easier being an SVG. All right, now that's exported. Let's go back to VS Code and add it. I'm going to open up my file explorer and drop in those icons that we just exported. All right, so I just dropped it in, and it automatically also moved it to our distribution folder as an SVG, which is good. Now the next part is creating a new row, which we will add these social icons in. So I'm going to add a div and call it a row. Within that, open up another div, call MD6. Perfect. Duplicate that. I think you can see how this all works. Now we want these images to be clickable, so we will add a href to them, and within the href, we will add an img. With the src, we will use img. We'll look for social icon 1, still 1 in svg. And what is the first icon, by the way? So it is Instagram, X, Facebook, and YouTube. So let's just type in Instagram, hit save. Now that we've done that, we can take this and we can duplicate it. And with that, we'll just change this to 2, 3, 4. And I think we only have 4. Perfect. So it's Instagram. I think the next one was X, Facebook, and YouTube. All right, hit save. Let's navigate over to the browser, hit refresh, and there we go. We have all our icons there. Now let's go and add a little bit of gap in between them. So what I want to do is take all these links, cut it, add in a new div tag, add a deflex gap 3, and within that, drop this all in there. Let's go back and refresh and see how that looks like. That looks pretty good. One last small thing that I want to do is add a line item center in the deflex, a line item center. Perfect. Hit refresh. There we go. We have our actual icons. I just want to see this last one right here. Just want to see and make sure that that looks okay. Yeah, it looks pretty good. All right. One thing I do want to add, because I don't want this video to be 15 hours long, always remember to add your width and height with your images. So make sure to add your width and height. That's for performance and SEO purposes. That is super important. The last thing I want to add is the copyright 2024 all rights reserved. So I'm just going to copy that and navigate back to Visual Studio Code, open up our P tags and drop that in right there. One thing I do want to add is text end and hit save. Let's see how that looks like. So navigating over to the browser, hit refresh, and right there we have it looking pretty good. So there we go. We have our footer. I just want to see, you know what? I want to add a font weight to this. I'm just going to add a medium font weight and MB0. Perfect. Once we've done that, let's navigate back and hit refresh. And there we go. We have a beautiful looking footer. This was the entire website done. Now we did skip a few things, and the reason for that is because I didn't want this video to be super long. There is still some small fine tuning we can definitely do. Drop in the comments below if you want me to add another video or 2 or 3 or 10 where I showcase, for example, how to add boxes right here in the design. We do have this feature where you can click on the arrow. If you want me to show you how to do that in JavaScript, just let me know. We can do that right here. And the same with the tabs, to how to build out the tabs even more and fine tune it, things like adding a drop down right here. So all of that, definitely let me know.